What's good, people? Back with John, man. The first repeat guest I have. Oh, darn, I didn't introduce the show. This is this is Red
Because
Dirt
I
Dialogue.
I have priority.
Yeah. this is Red Dirt Dialogues. Hey, what's good, John?
All of it. It's another day. The sun was shining, and my basil plants are crushing.
Oh yeah. What else? What else you got in your garden? Just basil?
Let's see. Basil was my first one. That was the thing where it was like, they always just say like, just prove to yourself you can do it. Try not to
Hmm.
just plant something. Try not to kill it. And so it was like a $5 plant from like Cub Foods, right?
Uh huh.
Because I felt like such a sucker because I would get like basil for soups and all kinds of stuff, and you would get that prepackaged plastic one. It's
Yeah.
like, like what, $4 or whatever, and it's in this little, it's nice little plastic, and it dies in like 2 days. They got a just potted one in like one of those little cardboard things for like $5. Looks like a
Yeah.
perfect plant, looks better. And so I just got that, and then I just started planting that. That's
Hmm.
been pretty much what my whole garden is now, is like
Yeah.
just pieces from the apartment basil. But I also got like uh a pepper plant, like just a, what is this, serrano pepper. I got
Oh,
a
that's
bunch of tomatoes, and right now my potatoes are like looking real good. So the Irish
yeah.
in me, it's
Yeah.
kicking off. I like it.
What about, I heard the Mexican in you earlier with the serrano peppers.
I got those out of a Hy-Vee because I was telling the wife, I was like, I have some seed starters that are pretty good. So
Yeah.
like tomato, cilantro, celery. I just went for it all just to see what would last. And so then I just started going, well, let's try the seed, this to
Hmm.
start it from seed starters. And then I just bought plants that were already like halfway. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh, let's see if, what the differences look like, see if I kill it or not. And then I went with the potatoes because I was like, well, I mean, they just grow on the ground. How stupid do you have to be
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
kill potatoes? And so I did that, and then we got a, what is it, a honey golden tree that I planted, and a honey crisp, and then we have a blueberry, blackberry, and raspberry bush. I have no idea how they're all doing, but they're not dead yet. So
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm trying, man. Green thumb. I'm trying.
Well, I got some onions in the refrigerator.
God, I saw that. I saw that. I was like, you better plant those. They're already like
Yeah.
halfway ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah. They're ready to go, man. Because I know some people. I know some people. They don't put the onions. They put them like in a drawer, not in the what you call it. But I know me. I forget my fruit. Like I'll buy a big bag of potatoes and just forget about it until my wife is in the kitchen and they'll be under the freaking under the counter going rotten.
We
So
Hannah did that thing that she saw on Instagram where you take all the condiments out of the door and you
yeah,
put those in the veggie drawers, and then you put
yeah,
all the fruits and stuff in the door of the fridge, so then you just always know they're there. It's been
that'll probably be smart. But
I don't hate it.
yeah, but for those who haven't seen my Twitter account and I haven't learned how to pull up, oh, it's bug flu in here. I didn't, I don't know how to share pictures on here. I had put some onions in my refrigerator, the veggie drawer, forgot about it, and now they're sprouting in the refrigerator.
Oh, dude, and like the sprout, you say sprouting, like they're growing, like
Yeah, they're growing.
they look like almost like half a foot. You could
Yeah,
just
yeah,
chop those up, put them in a stew at this point, green onion style. I
yeah.
appreciate the background too, by the way.
Oh yeah, his feet were supposed to be in it because Hobbit feet. Which way do I go? Okay, I mirrored the wrong way. But my chair is in
Oh,
the
dude, I'm
way.
gonna end up on Wiki Feet. No.
And then I did find some where the feet was in the whole picture, but I was like, I don't want to set some foot fetish guy off, so I didn't want that. Then there was another perfect one that I found with what is his name? It isn't Gimli. Who is Gimli?
Gimli's the dwarf.
Oh no, it wasn't Gimli. What is crap? It's not Sam. Who's the
I'm
other? Who's the one?
gonna let you
Crap.
hang. I'm gonna let you hang.
I'm bad with names. I know his face. I can picture his face.
You got Pippin, Sam, and Mary.
Vivid. It was no, it was Mary. I think it was a picture of Mary, and he was standing up, but I didn't want my. No, he was sitting down, and his feet would have been in the right spot, but it would have had me sitting between his legs, and I did not want that. So I was like, I'm not sitting between his legs, and they ain't finna diddy me on my own. I'm not finna diddy myself on my own podcast.
There's a lot of that going around on Twitter these days.
Yeah.
Who would have ever thought a guy who names himself Mr. Beast might surround himself with savory characters?
Oh, well, shoot. Let's go ahead and go into. Let's not go into Mr. Beast, but let's speak on that a little bit, because first
Phrasing, man.
I
Phrasing.
know I gotta watch myself. Pause. But because I tell you what, even before that blew up, I had gone to Walmart the other day. Me and my son and a friend of mine, and I saw this thing called Ghost Kitchen, and I was like, Mr. Beast sponsored or owns Ghost Kitchen, which you could think spirits, and then they had this robot at the front desk. It wasn't serving, I don't think, but it was just sitting there waving. So I was like, we got transhumanism, we got the beast, and we got you know the fallen spirits or whatever you want to call ghosts. 'Cause I don't believe ghosts are dead loved ones. I believe that some other spiritual being masquerading as people that we love.
I got you. Yeah, I heard a theory back that because like there are some drug users. I think it's
Yeah.
usually particularly heroin or like meth. If you haven't slept for a really long time, you see like
Mhm.
those shadow people.
Yeah.
And somebody goes, "What if because like when you think about like heaven and hell, it's like up and
Yeah.
down or whatever. So
Yeah.
you think like vibration, like frequency, like if you're lighter or higher vibration, you go up, lower
Mhm.
vibration, you go down.
Mhm.
And it's like, what if like people who have oh, this is gonna make some people mad. Um, like what if some people like who have committed suicide because you're such in a depressed,
Mhm.
lowered state? What if the shadow people are people who are stuck here because
That's interesting.
they were in such a low vibration that they just got stuck in the you know the material
Yeah,
realm.
yeah. I never thought about that, but that's interesting.
It's kind of weird because then it's just like because it's that weird way of because when you think like Satanism and stuff, it's all like material and all that,
Mhm.
and it's like what's more material than being stuck in the material realm?
Yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah. I never.
that messed me up. That made me kind of sad. I was
Yeah.
like, what? I was like,
Yeah, because you in a totally different way than I thought you were. Because I was listening to I don't even remember whose podcast it was. It might have been Conspiracy Pill, but I'm not sure. But anyway, they were talking about whoever it was. They were talking about it's more like when people see like when people do drugs to go into that other realm. I
hmm.
think it has more to do with sleep or lack of sleep. Because
Oh
I
yeah.
remember I was with a buddy of mine at work, and he's back on it, but at that time he had stopped doing meth, and so he was just telling me his stories, and was telling me about one time him and his wife were up for days on meth, and he said he was like, yeah, man, I saw a demon in the corner of my room. And I was like, oh yeah. He was like, yeah, my wife saw it too, which means it wasn't a hallucination if both of you saw the same thing on the same drug. And then I think too with like the MK Ultra stuff too, they deprive you of sleep. I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff has to do with being sleep deprived.
Well, I mean, MK Ultra, the whole idea is overstimulation.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
just like subliminal, it's just overstimulation because you
yeah,
always see the classic like Clockwork Orange stuff where you have the eyes like pried open and then they're
yeah,
just hitting
yeah.
you with images. And
Hmm.
it's like so then it's like light and imagery and movement and then sensory stuff with like
Yeah,
sound and all that. And then after a while your brain doesn't know what a hallucination is
yeah.
versus like are you making them like because
Hmm.
then I always ask people I was like okay so a hallucination then what's a hallucination it's like well it's imagery that's not there I'm like okay then what's a dream
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like, so when you dream at night, is that a hallucination? Well, no, that's a
Mhm.
dream. It's like, but it's an image that quote unquote is not there, you
Yeah.
know. So what, so there is a point where like people just assume dream is like dimensional walking or like astral
Mhm.
plane stuff. Like,
Yeah.
what, how do you describe a lucid dream? Because I know
Mhm.
people like, you get that feeling when you fall in a dream, right? And then right before you
Yeah.
hit the pavement, the kick, like Inception, you
Yeah.
just pop. And
Mhm.
I'm like, so how many senses does your body have to recognize for it to be real?
Yeah.
You know, it's like I feel the equilibrium because I feel the fall. Sometimes I can actually feel minor bit of pain, like if I touch fire in my dream, I
Yeah. Yeah.
because my brain knows what that sensation is, so it turns it off.
Mhm.
And it's like, how's that any different than like a woman who believes she's pregnant and then starts showing signs even though she isn't?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like that's where everybody talks about like setting your mind right first is the biggest deal. It's like because your
Mhm.
body will react to it.
Yeah.
And so to get on your point with like the idea of like, is it the drugs doing that to you, or is it the after effects of like all
Yeah.
the consequence of what the drug did to you by like
Mhm.
if you're on coke or meth or whatever and you're staying up for like 5 days, is
Mhm.
it the lack of sleep that's making you see those things, or are you now moving over to a different plane, or are you allowing somehow the plane to come over here?
Yeah.
See, that's the other interesting thing. I was like, are the shadow people like latched to you and they're coming over through you, or are you getting a peek into their side?
Yeah. I don't
That's
know, cause I tell you, I've had those. I've seen them myself. Like when I tell people, I don't think it was a dream because dream when I'm dreaming, like it'll be my like I could be in my house in a dream, but something's the room shaped different. So it's like the shape of my house is different, but I know, oh, this is my house, but like maybe the room's like a few dozen square feet bigger and some the couch is in a different spot. But the times where I've had those where I've seen those images, the room was exactly how it is. Like I remember one time I had one when I was staying with mom, and I remember waking up. I used to have a I'm not Catholic, but at the time those rosaries were the fashion. It was a fashion trend. So I had one on my bed. I remember I got drunk. I remember taking my hat off, putting the rosary uh on my counter or whatever. And at the time I remember waking up and I looked in the corner of the room and there was a like a shadow figure kind of shaped like what do they call it? Kind of like the Grim Reaper, images of that. It was hard to see, it was dark.
yeah.
And then as I was about to like yell, because it was my first one, I was about to, call on Christ, he did like this and I
Ooh.
couldn't talk. And I couldn't talk. And so then
Oh, it's like sleep paralysis. Surprised it
yeah,
wasn't the old lady.
so then he jumped on me, but then I just remember grabbing that cross, and as soon as I did, that one was over. Now I've had other ones. They usually come when I'm about to do something positive spiritually. No lie,
Oh, okay.
it's never when I'm out here messing up. It's usually like, oh, I'm about to go on a fast. Then
No, it's
usually,
because they want you to do that. They want you to do the dumb thing. They don't want you to do the
yeah,
good thing.
yeah. So it's usually when I get those that way. But I don't see the figures anymore. Usually it's just like something's grabbing me and holding me down. And like I used to struggle with, try to wrestle with it in the physical, but then I'm just like, no, 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 I'm gonna relax and I'm just gonna pray in this moment. And then after a while, I'm usually able to move. But I don't have those often. Like I said, it's usually when I'm about to do something good spiritually.
You ever play Left 4 Dead video
No, what's
game, the
that?
zombie game? They have all these special infecteds. There's like the Charger, who's like this big dude with a big arm. He's like a tank. Well, they have one called a Jockey, where he
Mhm.
just jumps on your back and kind of like ratatouilles you. He like
Oh yeah,
runs you around. And I've always wondered. I always thought of demons kind of like that. Like it
oh yeah.
was because it's like because you've seen it, dude. The with the COVID mask thing, you always
Mm.
see it now. Is like those people who are like super into it, And also, as I go, I'm just going to let everybody know we know the chirping's happening. We're
Yeah,
just trying to ignore it.
I want to explain it. Let me explain it before you go into
Yeah, I was
people.
like, because I know people are like, are you not going to address this?
Yes, people, you will hear it chirping. I promise it's not because I'm black. I promise. It just started yesterday, and I stay in an apartment. And one of the rules is we can't change the batteries ourselves. And so I
It's
have
just
to
taunting you in the background.
I have to I have to send in an email and wait for them to come change the battery in the thing. And so I'm just gonna fit the stereotype this podcast, and it just is what it is. I'm sorry.
And
Uh
I appreciate that you fessed up to it, because it being mostly audio, nobody would have been able to know. Could have been
yeah.
me.
Hey, what was funny because when I brought it up to my son yesterday, he was like, "What noise?" And I was like, "Oh man, is it a black thing?"
Ah, dude, I think it is. I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt, but it's just one of those things where I'm just like, do you guys just oh, is that why they call it white noise? Can you just like turn it into white noise like immediately? Like how we
Yeah,
can like sleep with a fan on and just not notice?
yeah. Oh, actually, I love sleeping with a fan on, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think it's at a frequency where it doesn't really register with us
That's just
unless
so
we
funny. That's so funny to me. But anyway, just so I don't torture you with that. I
yeah.
the it was because like the idea once you started seeing the mask go on, you really
Hmm.
got to focus in on people's eyes.
Hmm.
And people know this thing, and it doesn't work with me. It sucks for me, and probably you get this a lot too
Yeah.
with the dark brown eyes.
Hmm.
Um, but it's weird that I've never even like in my old times, like when I would drink a lot, um, very seldom would people notice that like your eyes would go kind of vacant. And
Hmm.
it's like it's almost like a dead stare. Like it's I don't know, it's a little different than like the, people talk about the 1,000 yard stare where you're almost just like
Yeah.
zombified. But people see that thing where it's like they're almost like manic, but they're just like there's nothing there. Like there
Hmm.
doesn't look like there's like a light behind it. And I always think like when you start to do bad stuff or you
Yeah.
start to lie too much or you start to just
Mhm.
kind of lose grip with reality because you're
Yeah.
either just lying or you're letting substance run or your emotions run everything. I think that opens you up for something else to puppet you. And I think like
Yeah.
those shadow people, maybe like what you see, maybe they're just always chilling there and they're just like waiting. And it
Hmm.
kind of reminds me of like the jockey. They'll just like, oh, oh, he let go. Jump on
Yeah.
there. Now you just take him
Hmm.
for a ride and let him enjoy it. Cause it's like, like I said, I don't think it's a coincidence that you call it being under the influence or,
Yeah.
you're drinking spirits.
Yeah.
People even talk about gin,
Oh yeah, the genie, the demons basically.
and then gin and tonic, it's just
Yeah.
tonics, like what do wizards use? Tonics. It's like,
Mhm.
yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm just like, because people even talk about like, especially in Hispanic cultures, like the whole generational curse thing. And there's always like, how you have angels assigned to you, like everybody gets a
Mhm.
guardian angel or gets two in some cultures. I mean, why wouldn't you think that there are demons assigned to you too?
Yeah.
You know what I
So
mean?
like the screw tape letters.
I Everybody always talks about those. I think I know what they are. I'm more of a Jerry Marzinski dude,
Yeah.
so I don't know what the screw tape letters are. Wasn't he talking
See,
to like serial killers or something?
no, I think you're thinking that Steve Dace book. But screw tape letters is it's a fledgling demon, and he's taking over control of this one guy. He's involved. He's assigned to this one guy, and he's writing letters to his uncle Screwtape, who's giving him advice on how to distract, the person to keep him trapped in sin. And as I'm hearing you talk, but it's been a while since I read it when I first became a Christian, and let a friend borrow it, and I haven't seen it since. So I really want to get another. I really want to get another copy.
Is this
But
fiction or is it
it's
like
fiction. It's
a
C.S. Lewis.
uh oh, now I feel very embarrassed. I feel like I should know that because I'm like on a big I want to I just got the audiobooks for the sorcerer's nephew or magician's nephew or whatever.
Mm.
Oh, there's another C.S. Lewis book. Anyway, sorry, go on.
I don't even remember where I was going with it.
You were telling me about the screw tape letters and how it keeps people in sin or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He just goes over. He's just talking about how you just keep them comfortable, you just keep them distracted, and it's kind of like what it. If you read it, you'll see parts of your life where you're like, oh shoot, like that's what's been happening to me. Maybe I need to tone up because it's very it's a good book. I can't even I can't go into detail about it because I it's been so long since I read it, but I just know some of the stuff you were saying,
Yeah.
just how the demon was assigned to him. It lines up with just what you were saying, basically. My bad.
Well, I mean, again, I was like talking to my wife about this the other day. It was weird because
Hold on, hold on,
uh
hold on, hold on. I'm gonna. Can you hear my kids in the background, or is
a
that?
little.
Hey, you quiet, quiet down a little bit. All right. 'Cause-
I hear the chirping more. Oh, got him.
Oh,
I I uh I was listening to Owen Benjamin did a breakdown of the never ending story the other day on his podcast, and I haven't seen that in forever, and I still haven't checked it out uh yet. But it was funny because I started thinking about the idea of like what is that, the never ending story, and like the esoteric nature of stuff. And I was talking to my wife about this, and I was just like, because it made her kind of mad, because I always just like to ask questions, and it's like, I've looked at all the pagan stuff and like Odin and Thor and the Greek gods. I was super into Greek mythology for a while, and but it's always like I'm just like Christianity makes sense to me, like the idea of God the creator. And it was more just like I go, Hannah, there's a point where it's like, if you were told tomorrow that Jesus and the apostles and the disciple and all that stuff was just a story, it's not historical, it's not real, how would you feel about that? Would you also then not believe in God? And it's like, she got kind of mad because she goes, well, of course, that's like the whole point. And I go, see, that's where I think I'm kind of weird. And I'm like, I don't know if that is the point to me. Because I'm like, if I found out that Jesus wasn't even a real person and all that didn't work, I was like, would that make me think of the idea of God less? And I don't, because I'm like, because the fundamental is a creator. It's a one creator creates the rest, right? And it's like, even without Jesus in the Bible and all that stuff, there is still the creator. There still is that. Because I told her, I go, because what would happen, you think, if, let's say tomorrow we all went back to nothing, right? No books. Half of us got dumb, couldn't read, wiped your memory. How many generations, how many tens of hundreds of thousands of years would it take until we just made another book that was exactly the same? And I get that people talk about that. Oh, yeah, that's chaos theory with the monkeys and the typewriters. And I'm like, no, though. Like, not even necessarily the exact same names, but the exact same archetypes. Like, because I was thinking about the idea of the Bible or God is written on your heart.
yeah,
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's like ingrained in us, like it's a story sent with us. And that's why you can see the mirroring of it in certain stories. That's like you look at Lord of the Rings or you look at Narnia and stuff, and they go, well, yeah, but they're copying the Bible. I go, well, then what about all the books that were written before the Bible then? Were they copying it before? Or was that a story that was here? And then that's when I got the never ending story, right? Like the
yeah,
idea of it just no matter what happens, it keeps going. And it's like, well, what if the Bible was the most specific and like obvious telling of that never ending story? Like we had everything, and it was like, because it was like maybe this story happened a bunch of times and people just couldn't read or write, because like you think about, you're always telling the story every couple of times, and I'm just like, how often was that? And then It was so funny. I was talking about that, and then like the next night on Instagram, there's this black pastor who's talking about, have you ever heard verse 0 in
Oh, the one you
Genesis?
sent me today. Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, that's so weird, because he was talking about how, like, in Genesis, verse 1, in the beginning. And it was like, but what about before the beginning?
Yeah.
And he's like, well, because you can't lock God into the Bible, because God existed before the beginning. He began the beginning.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, that's fascinating to me. And I'm just like, that's why I'm just like, I always tell people, I'm like, don't get locked in so much to like interpretation. Like, I always hate interpretation, because I'm like, interpretation is what's inside you, and you're projecting it onto the thing that's there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, God is just truth. What
Yeah.
is true? Just, you sit there. What's the true statement? You're seeing it now with like, okay, assuming I'm right or wrong. I was showing Hannah interview with Brittany Griner the other day, when it's like, oh, aren't you excited to be a mom? And she's like, no, pops.
Yeah.
Pops. And then you hear that voice, and I'm just like, so we're still pretending that that's not a dude, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I told Hannah, I go, that's what I'm talking about. They live in hell because they're just lying, or
Mm-hmm.
they're either lying, or they really are that cognitively vacant that they can't even see truth.
Well, yeah, like I think Romans 1 says they sear their conscience, and then I can't, I'm not quoting it verbatim, but it basically talks how and then God gives them over to a strong delusion. So at this point, they're basically just giving over to a strong delusion.
Well, it's like, what I mean, at some point, what is Alzheimer's? It's this idea
Yeah.
that you just, and then it makes you think about, like, who are you? Are you your memories, or are
Yeah.
you what the rest of the world perceives you are? And it's like, it's one of those things where I just kept telling her, it's like, that's why it's hard to talk to me, because I'll ask questions, and I'm
Hmm.
like, I don't have the answer, because I don't know. I feel like these are questions that have been asked for a long time, and it's just people usually who would pose them would probably just get burned at the stake,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know? And it's like, yeah, I've been doing that the last couple of days. It's been weird, because I was just thinking about, like, uh, the how, like what is civilization anymore, like, because
Hmm.
like so much crap is just like, we're seeing it now, like every day on Twitter, a story about a certain event with a certain former president happens, and then
Hmm.
the normal president's gone, and then it's like
Is he
every,
dead?
yeah, and then like, and it was funny, I was telling Hannah, I was like, you're seeing a split within groups, all saying the same thing for different reasons,
Yeah.
which is so weird. It's like you have you have blue, quote unquote, people saying that the Trump thing is staged,
Hmm.
because they're like, well, because he's a narcissist, and of course he would do that. Then you
Yeah.
have truthers going, it was staged because, and
The
then
deep
it's like,
state.
yeah, and then you're like, okay, so now we have 5 different groups of people who don't even believe it was real for
Yeah.
9 different reasons. And then you have other people who believe it's real, all for different reasons.
Hmm.
And you're just like, there is so much lack of perception
Yeah.
that's collected, that like everybody's in chaos.
And you know what's weird? Nobody believes the official narrative anymore. You used to have a
No.
pocket of people that believe the official, like they would believe whatever the TV told them. But I guess because it's Trump, they're like, nah, I'm not gonna believe it.
Well, and it
But you
was
believe,
funny because I think I was telling you about how I think it's hilarious where somebody like quoted it after they saw Hulk Hogan at the RNC. They're like, it's like the 80s all over again. And I'm like, I've been saying this for years. It's like they got so lazy with their propaganda. They even just did a remake of old propaganda. It's like
yeah.
nukes with Russia. What was it? Yeah, scared of nukes,
Hmm.
fighting Russia. We got Korea's always saying stuff. What else we got?
Hmm.
Oh, dude, all our movies are from the 80s.
Yeah.
They're all set in the 80s or 80s remakes.
Yep.
And I go, we got virus instead of AIDS, we got COVID.
Yeah.
with the same guy, Fauci. It was the same dude who did it. And I'm just like, I'm like, what is happening? Like, there's everything is exactly the same. And then it was funny you saw this, you said this too. I got this from 1981. This is the CIA director, William J. Casey. He goes, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false."
Yeah.
That's the CIA. I think
Mm-hmm.
Obama said that at like some UN meeting or something where he was talking about we wanted to get to a point where, or it was going to get to a point where like nobody believed anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Get
like,
so sort of black pilled. I had to dig myself out of that hole too, where you start saying it's all fake, and then you're like, all right, let me just sit down and because you just deny, you don't even look into it, and you get to a certain point where you don't even look into it. You just hear him speak, and you just deny it.
yeah,
But
you get cynical about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I had to learn to say, no, no, no. Like even with the Trump shooting thing again, I was like, I was telling the guys at work, I was like, I'm not gonna make. I was like, it just happened yesterday. I was like, I'm not gonna
Yep.
make a decision on what I think it is. I was like, we're gonna get, sound. We're gonna get more video. There's gonna be more stuff that comes out within the next week. I was like, let me hear that stuff, and then I'll make a decision.
Yeah, I felt bad because I was like, it's already fishy. Like the day it
Yeah.
happened. And it was like, why? I was like, the first thing I saw was an old man who said he was an emergency trauma responder or something from some like local hospital. I think he was retired. He said he's one of the first interviews I'd seen on Twitter, and he's got blood all over his shirt, and old ladies there, and some dudes just interviewing him on the phone. I don't even know if it was like an actual news reporter, but
Mm-hmm.
he's talking about how he was the guy that first administered aid to the guy who'd gotten shot in the head in the crowd. And he goes, "Yeah, there was blood everywhere, and there was brain matter." And I'm like, "Okay, that's weird, but I got you. Cool,
Mm-hmm.
gunshot." And he goes, "Yeah," and I started performing CPR and gave him
But
mouth to
there was,
mouth.
but there was brain matter everywhere. He's
But
dead.
I go, but then it made me think of a joke from an old show I saw online. It was from like over 15 years ago. It's called Red versus Blue. And he goes, "Why would you give CPR for a bullet wound in the head?
Yeah, exactly.
What would you do if I got stabbed in the toe? Rub aloe vera on my neck?" Like, and I sat there and I go, "Yeah, that's like stupid." And
Mm,
I go, "This doesn't make any sense." And then it gets to a point where it's like, then you just see the other stuff. Like I just go basic stuff. It's like the moon landing. Who filmed it? Like that's all
mm.
I'm always like, who filmed it? And they go, I haven't seen a single camera video from behind the podium when he was down. It's like day
Yeah,
one. I was like, you go to a Taylor Swift concert, you can see a 360 reenactment of the entire concert through everybody's phones. You're telling me a Trump rally doesn't have that many people? They go, well, it was a smaller number rally. I go,
there was that one lady, but we don't have her phone. The one that everybody was trying to
uh,
figure out. That
yeah,
was weird too. People try to say that's not weird. I was like, no, that's a woman.
it's
Uh,
weird. There's no
she didn't
screaming. There's
she didn't
no,
cower a bit. She was just like, oh, something's going down. Let me put my
yeah.
phone up.
And she like smiles before, and everybody goes, "Oh, well, you're zoning in, and people act weird." I go, "Okay." And that's where I tap out because then people get mad, and I go, "There is a point where I go, it doesn't even matter if I'm right. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter because I go right or wrong. If anybody figures it out, it doesn't matter. Everybody chose a side."
Hmm.
Everybody chose a side. You saw it at the RNC with people putting the thingies on their ears in solidarity. It's no different than when liberals were saying, I want to wear the mask. Well, it doesn't help you. It goes, even if it doesn't, it lets them know that I'm not part of that side.
Yeah.
And I go, there is a point where I go, it's no different than the armband. It's everybody
Mm.
just picking a team. And I go, it's red versus blue. Everybody wants to pick a team. And it's like, well, but I'm centrist. I'm like, that's a team. And you're
Yeah.
almost in a lot of cultures, you're the worst, the fence
Hmm.
sitter. You're lukewarm. You'll be
Yeah.
spat out because you
Hmm.
didn't even have enough conviction to say something,
Yeah.
regardless. And I go, and it's like I just got to a point where I got really tired of doing that. I was like, I told Hannah, I was pretty sure that's why I drank for so long, was just because I can't have conversations like this with normal people because they just spaz out. And I just go,
Yeah.
I'm out. I'm done. I
Yeah.
don't care. Have fun. It's like, vote Trump. I was like, I'm being told this. Like, you have to vote in the next election. I go,
Yeah.
didn't you just tell me that every vote is rigged? Like, so
Hmm.
we already forgot that Trump lost, or no, he won and had it stolen 4 years. I'm
Yeah.
like, have we
It
fixed
was fortified.
anything?
Don't say it was stolen. It was fortified.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Oh, hey Morty.
We are our first.
He's gonna knock something down.
My bad. I didn't mean it.
Nah, it's like whenever I'm in here, he's not used to me like just sitting and doing nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Hanging out with you is nothing. He assumes that I should be hanging out with him.
Oh,
And so
okay.
he'll probably start like going at the windows and stuff. And it's just like, it's just, he's like a child.
Yeah.
It's like, I am here. Give me attention. If you're not going to be doing anything, I want attention. And it's like, whatever,
Sounds just like a woman.
dude,
Ah.
dude. But yeah, I'm like, you know, every day the story changes. You know, the
Yeah.
ladder, how many shooters? There was a drone. The kid
Hmm.
was in a BlackRock commercial.
Yeah.
It's I'm like, I'm done because if his ear was like maldeformed and destroyed, he wouldn't shut up about it for a
Hmm.
billion years. It would be every photo op on the planet. And then most likely he's so vain, he would get like we're going to hear some miracle about how they learned how to stem cell research and grew an ear in a lab and it looks
Yeah.
just like it. That's why there's nothing wrong with it. And he got a brand new ear, the best ear money could buy from.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm good. I don't care. Dude, oh God, a perfect example. Like the day after, dude, the morning after it happens, he there's videos of him golfing, right?
Yeah.
And it's like the best thing is in all the comments, my president's a badass. He gets shot and he goes, he goes golfing the next day. That's my president. What a badass. And then of course everybody else on the other side's like, oh, let me see his ear and blah, blah, blah. And then they're fighting about the ear thing. And then
Yeah.
I go, this is a perfect example of just everybody's insane because
Yeah.
the next day after that, I go, okay, yeah, I want to see his ear because he went golfing and he didn't have the thingy on his ear. And they go, that video was debunked. And I go, okay, that's fine. But do you have that same energy that I'm a big stupid retard that needs to do his research? When
Yeah.
would you have that same energy for somebody who called him a badass for golfing the next day?
Hmm.
No, of
No,
course
they
not.
wouldn't.
And I go, that's how I know that everybody's just lost it. And I go, I'm gonna go collect a basil.
I'm gonna go onions in my refrigerator.
That's you know how mad slaves would be back in the day. They're like, you just grew it inside in air conditioning. They're like,
We have
what's
the
air
best
conditioning?
onions. We grow them in the refrigerator.
The greatest onions, freedom onions.
They're
Uh,
yellow like China.
oh,
Hey, I'm gonna work on my Trump impression. I just
I like
started
it.
today.
Oh, dude, you better because he's coming after your demographic hard.
Well, tell them to throw me some money. I'm a real one. Don't throw it at no like Officer Tatum. Don't throw it at them. Nah. See, no, because you can't speak negative. You can't speak anything negative about Trump without his super fans getting upset.
Bro, they're making him a messiah, dude. They're making
I
him a
know.
god. They're doing it.
And
They're doing it.
I just had, I just gained 200 followers in the past couple days because I made some jokes about Kamala, and I know the MAGA people, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna be upset in a couple weeks when I just decide when I just ask a question, and like you said, it's funny because a lot of the stuff I'll even say or disagree with, it doesn't hold any weight. There's no real effect to where if I'm right or wrong, but they're gonna get very emotional, and I'm gonna get called all kinds of names.
Cool.
And
You keep making fun of. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
oh, cool. I'm gonna pause it because I do too. Hold on, y'all. We'll be right back after these messages. All
Oh,
right, we're
so it
back.
was like I never left. I didn't fall in.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you also took a break because now I don't feel like such a curmudgeon.
Nah,
I
because I
just
always
got
drink.
some.
It gets hot in here, so I'll go ahead and drink some water to stay hydrated, so my lips don't look cracked. But the water went through too quick, so we're back. That brief break was brought to you by water, not any specific water, but the water, the way God made it, without all the microplastics and lead,
Preferably not in a can.
preferably
That's
not in a
becoming a
can.
thing. Dude, did you hear apparently the way that you should get your water is through eating fruits.
I did. I think I heard that from the hoteps.
Ah, okay. See,
Yeah,
I can't ever assume like I get like a lot of my stuff from Instagram because I
yeah,
like crazy real scroll like scroll.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
well, you know, I send you like 50 every other day, so it's like, ugh.
And I'll send
So
50 right back.
so you got the so you got the Kamala haters on you or the Kamala supporters on you? Who you
It just
making mad
depends.
now?
Sometimes, Kamala haters today. No, to Kamala supporters. Kamala supporters. Uh, I'm with the Kamala haters. What I don't know if you call me a hater. I didn't like her from when she was getting roasted by Tulsi Gabbard. Like I I'm one of the original. I was disliking Kamala before it was cool.
A Kamala hipster.
Like I was disliking Biden because I didn't see the Biden stuff till after he got out of office when with the sniffing the kids stuff. So I didn't
Right.
like him through all the way through Trump's presidency all the way to now. Like I'm like, hey man, he was sniffing kids. Like, I got kids and anything to do with kids I'm sensitive about.
Man,
So
I just can't with a lot of this stuff because I'm like the guy who's like, you look at Biden and I'm like, he doesn't even look like the same dude half the time. Like, I was like, in some photo, didn't he have brown eyes back in the day? Now he's got these ice
see.
blue eyes, and I'm just
Hmm.
like, I was just like, and everybody's just like, oh, you're crazy. I'm like, cool,
Yeah.
okay.
I already
It's
know
like,
that.
I was like, fine, whatever. It's like, nah, it's all dumb.
That's why
All
it's
so
always funny to me when like I got my wife's family, her cousins, we were around the same age. And recently a couple of them come to me, we're at a cookout or something, they're like they want to tell me something. The first thing they start off with is you're probably gonna think I'm crazy, but and I'm like, if only you knew what I believe. Yours is like you're at a level that I was already on years ago. It's like, no,
man,
I believe you.
it's just it's so funny because it's like I always have to have these like conversations with people because they get a little curious. They're like, so what do you think? Because I've been a little more like I try not to just throw out my whole theory or like what I actually
Mm.
think now. It's like, but my family does know now. They're like, oh, dude, my officiant, the guy, one of my like longtime friends who officiated my wedding. I sent him a funny Photoshop I did. Then everybody else was doing it too, so it wasn't that
Mhm.
clever. With the My Pillow guy holding the ear patch,
Oh,
and I did one of those, and I sent it to him, and was laughing about it. And he goes, oh yeah, I figured you'd think that was probably fake. And I go, I was like, yeah, so I already have that. I already have
yeah.
that thing. So I just like don't push it. But man, it's like every now and then somebody will come up to me and they'll be like, so like seriously though, like the COVID thing, like, looking back on it,
Yeah.
do you think that like and I was like, no. I was like, remember when you were yelling at me because I was like trying to kill you or something?
Yeah.
And it's like I'm getting to a point now where I've just told my wife, I was like, I'm just like 3 years ahead. It's like, why? It's
Mhm.
like, because I'm like, I hear people saying stuff that I was saying when I was Q-tarded the first year. It's like,
Yeah.
it was like, oh, here, I'm like, oh no. I was like, don't. I was like, okay, fine, go ahead, go down that. But when they start talking about time travel,
Mhm.
jump off. Jump off
Yeah.
there. Get off there. And
Mhm.
because it's like, well, you don't believe in time. Dude, I could get the people I talk to, I could get in trouble for not believing in time travel.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't believe in time travel? I'm like, I don't think things work in a linear way, but
Yeah.
it's like actual time travel, like where I hit like a microwave button sequence and I go back 15 years. It's
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
I'm too dumb to understand time, so I'll be like, I'll just be like, I guess, maybe. I don't know.
I make the argument we can time travel with just perception. It's like, well, what do you mean? I go, be metaphorical. It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
It's like, have you ever done the whole thing where you go to a party and for some reason it feels like you're having a blast? You feel like you've been there for maybe 20 minutes, but
Hmm.
you do a plank for 30 seconds. It feels like it could be a year.
Yeah. Or
And
like
it's,
when you're dreaming, like I could be asleep for 6 hours and have a 20-minute dream, or I could be napping for 20 minutes and have a 3 hour dream, or that's the way it feels to me. And I'm just like, why? How does that work? You know what I mean?
it's, and then you can even make like because it's funny because you can just make a joke with words, but it like the way you say it's like, I could live an entire lifetime in a day. It's like,
Yeah.
well, what does that mean? It's like, I can have a bunch of experiences and then literally die and be brought back to life. And I literally have had a lifetime in a span of a day. It's like,
Yeah.
how'd you do that? It's like perception, man. I don't know.
Because you know what else is I always thought was weird? People they call you crazy for talking to yourself, but I was like, just think about it. When we have conversations in our dreams, we made that conversation up ourselves. We created the scenery, we created the dialogue, and it's just like you're basically talking to yourself.
Oh,
That's
dude,
why I
it's
said,
that thing with the inner dialogue that people talk about, right?
yeah,
Like I gotta like, so when when you think about stuff, like say, do you have an inner dialogue?
yeah, I have in dialogue.
I would assume so, right? Because I'm
Yeah,
sitting here, it's like, because my problem is I'm like, I don't even know what people would define as an inner dialogue. Like, it makes no
yeah,
sense to me. It's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, like if I read a book and I'm not reading it out loud, I feel like I'm having an inner dialogue. And it's like, well,
hmm
what do you hear? I go, well, it's my own voice,
yeah.
unless like it's like such and such character is talking, and then I might try and make up a voice for him.
Especially if I've seen the movie, I can.
Well,
If I've seen the movie
exactly.
first, like
Well,
when
and
I'm
then
on.
I'm like,
Go ahead,
oh
go
no,
ahead.
you
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, go. I didn't have nothing.
Okay. It's like, well, because I'm just like, yeah, well, then it's like if you haven't seen the movie, it's like, oh, you make up a voice, and then you're like, or I know what, or I'll make up what the character looks like in my head. And then it's like,
Mhm.
I go, that's an inner dialogue, right? And some people be like, well,
Mhm.
that's imagination. I go, what's the difference? And then it's like, but see, I do understand that I'm a little crazy because I go a little step farther where a lot of times I like, if there aren't people around me, I like to speak out loud about
Yeah.
things I'm doing. Like if I have a task, I'm like, okay, so okay, if I do this and then if I turn it this way, it'll go a little bit faster. And then 1 + 2, it's 15. And I'll do that. And it's
Mhm.
like, well, you're talking to yourself. I'm like, well, because I kind of do work really good with visual and audio.
Mhm.
So I'm like, if I say it, it feels, and then people be like, well, that's stupid. You're just talking to yourself. I go, then why do people pray out loud?
Yep.
What's the difference? And then I go, and then especially when you turn into a psycho like me, where you're like, I believe in frequency and vibration. It's
Mhm.
like, it's why I always tell people if you really, I think that's why they tell you to go lock yourself in another room and pray is so you can do it out loud. And
Yeah.
it's like, why? It's because when you talk, you are making a sound by vibration. It's
Yeah.
vibrating your whatever, your vocal cords, then it's
Oh,
coming
here they
out
go
as
again.
air.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. It,
That's
dude,
black noise.
if it, bro, that's funny. It's like, oh man,
My bad, man.
I was gonna try and pile on it. I'm like, it don't work. I'm not gonna. We'll hold up. And I'm like, and I'm like, you speak right, and it's literally breath, right? And
Yeah.
it's like you're literally changing your surroundings
Mhm.
through speaking, and it's like you're literally changing the world. As gay as that sounds, I get it. It's like, oh, it's the butterfly who flaps his wings and makes a tsunami and the other. It's like, but there's some truth to that. It's the
Mhm.
idea of like, you know, when you speak, you've altered the world. You've literally moved atoms. You've moved stuff.
It has to be something to it because even the Bible says it, you will be judged for every idle word you speak. You will be judged for it. So there's something important about what you say. And it's weird because I've been thinking recently. I'm like, I gotta research it. But I'm so dumb. I don't want to research it. I know it's gonna be a big project. But there's something with words, how important words are, because it says God. It didn't say God took his hands. Like he's like, no, he spoke everything into existence. And then I
He
know how important.
breathed you into existence. He
Yeah.
breathed into you.
And then there's something special about names, and when you don't have a name, like there's something. And then the fact that we name everything, and he gave Adam the ability to name everything. Like there's something not. I was gonna say magical, but I don't want to sound gay like you. But there's
I
something
deserve that.
magical.
I deserve that, and I'm fine with it. I'll allow it.
But there's something wonderful and magical about that I don't know yet, and I feel like God's probably put on my heart and He's telling me to go do it, but I'm lazy and I need to go do that.
I just
There's a
always
few.
say at least Google it, dude. If you have an idea, Google and screenshots your best friend. Because I'll tell you, it's funny you said what you just said about naming stuff. I am insane about words now. I do
Yeah.
not think I'm very particular about verbiage I use because I was talking to my wife about how I don't like in culture as a almost reflex, we call kids dumb. Like
Yeah.
their kids are dumb, right?
I'm just ignorant.
When they dude, I don't even know if I want to even say that. I mean, you're probably right, but I go, it's the idea of like when you would people dude, I see it when people like talk about movies and review movies. You see it with Star Wars all the time. It's like, oh, it's just space wizards intended for children. And I go, well, just because it's intended for children, it's supposed to be stupid. Like, what's the
Mm-hmm.
point? And they're like, well, kids aren't that smart. And I go, and I've caught myself doing that, but I don't actually think kids are dumb. I'm just saying
Mm-hmm.
like they don't know what they're doing. And I go, I need to figure out a new way to express that because I
Yeah.
think it's important. And I go, so what is it? I go, I think children are intuitive.
Yeah.
And it's like, why intuitive? I go, because they can understand what's happening, but they don't know the why. But
Yeah.
for some reason, they can still process stuff. And I go, because think about it as the idea of a kid sees a circle, goes like the peg game where the square
Yeah.
thing goes through the square hole. And I go, a kid is intuitively doing dimensions without even knowing it. They're working
Yeah.
in 2D and 3D dimensions. And it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like they see the flat circle hole, but they put a sphere through the circle hole. They took a
Mm-hmm.
3D element and understood it goes through a 2D element.
Mm-hmm.
And they're working in dimensions, but they don't know what dimensions are.
Yeah.
They don't know what a sphere is yet. They know a ball, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like a ball, a circle, and something round.
Yeah.
3 different things. But intuitively, they would know the round thing will roll.
Yeah. That
That's
reminds
all
me of
intuitive.
it's off topic, but that reminds me when I was young and I first saw um gay people displayed on TV. I knew it was wrong, but I didn't know why. Well,
Yeah.
first one it was I don't know if you remember the "Sleeping in My Bed" video by Drew Hill. He's like, somebody sleeping in my bed, messing with my head,
Yeah, that sounds
taking
right.
my.
Yeah.
But at the end of the video, she's not in the bed with another man. She's in the bed with another girl, and my brain was like,
That's weird.
something's not right here. And it was the same way when I saw that movie. You remember Leonardo DiCaprio's? I think that's his first movie where he's playing basketball. He
Basketball
gets
Diaries.
and he
Oh,
gets on drugs and he
yeah.
that bathroom scene. I saw that when
No.
I was like 8 or 9,
Yep. I
and
shouldn't have seen it either.
yeah
Yep.
it it scarred me as a kid, but I knew I was like, wait a minute, something's not right here.
Yep. It put me on the path. That's why, dude, I'm telling you, it's probably why we have the lust problem. It's like
Yeah,
because it's horrible garbage imagery. And then once you have the act in your head, again, kids with intuitive, what they do is they mimic.
yeah,
90% of the learning they do is through mimicry of their surroundings. It's they wear things that they see, they say
hmm,
words they hear, they perform actions that they see. And
yeah,
it's like, well, why was I doing this so young? And it's like somebody clearly showed me.
Yeah.
And it's like, how'd that happen? And then it's like, then there's a certain point, there's a cutoff point where your brain doesn't remember where it started. And then, so then it is like a rewiring that you got to do.
Hmm.
And it's like, you know, it's the idea of like kids are just like, when you're exposed to this stuff, and the thing like you're talking about, it's like I said, it's like a tuning fork.
Hmm.
Your discernment is this tuning fork where you can catch deception quickly,
Yeah.
like something fake in the world. It's like that color's wrong, or that sound doesn't sound right, or you know, that look on their face, they're saying a certain
Yeah.
word, but why do they look sad?
My son's like that. I said he's 10. I was like, he has a high BS meter
Mhm.
for a 10-year-old kid. He's just like me. Well, he can spy like that
Well, it's
doesn't
because
make
they don't
sense.
lie. They try not to lie. They're taught lying. And it's like, well, why? It's like, because it's based on um experience. It's like, you know, it's was it oh dude, Gina Carano just said something that blew my mind because her lawsuit with Disney's going off.
Uh-huh.
And she said she'd heard this quote, and I don't remember who she said it was by, but dude, it floored me. It's the times we're in right now. Don't try and ruin my life with a lie if your life can be ruined by the truth.
Oh, I like that.
And I'm like, dude, if that is not the world we live in right now, it's like
Mhm.
that inversion of like everybody everybody wants to succeed based on just any means necessary. And then sometimes if they can't succeed, they need to slander other people to bring
Yeah.
them down.
Yeah.
And it's like, why would you do that? If somebody did that to you, you couldn't pass that test either.
Hmm.
And it's like, it's the idea of like, we got to a point where everybody would say that, well, the truth is mean. And I go, no, the truth is the truth.
Yeah.
It's your intent behind telling it
Yeah.
is where it comes from. And I think, because you know, when a kid points at a lady at Walmart and says she's fat,
Yeah.
they're telling the truth.
Hmm.
But the problem is they are not, because then if they see their face and see them sad, they'll understand that, oh,
Oh, I heard of him.
I do that, I make them sad. But the
Mm.
problem is like, where do you go as a parent, or where do you go as a society where it's like, do I tell them not to actually say that because the truth is bad, or do I
Mm.
say it because does somebody's feelings outweigh truth? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's that's got to be a hard road. I'm like, that's the one time I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm glad I don't have kids because I don't know what I would say. Because it's like, because I've been fat, like, dude, we're talking like obese
Yeah.
multiple times in my life. But my wife's always been really attractive and just could eat whatever and stay tiny. And it's like,
Yeah.
it got to a point where it was shameful, man, where it was just like, I know she says she loves me, but then it almost makes me hate her for loving, you know what? It sounds really
Nah, my
bad.
wife's the same way.
It sounds bad, but it's like, I almost hate you for loving something so gross when I know it's like, ugh, like, how could you let that on you?
Yeah.
And it's like, because now my
You're
opinion of you has
disgusting.
gone down because I know how grotesque I am. And it's and it's such on the dude, and it's so vain and on the fit, and it just shows your priorities. It's like, because she does love me, and then you go, it's that demon in you, man, sitting there like, but why though? And
Yeah.
I'm like, because I ain't rich, I don't have anything, so what is she here for? And then it's like, dude, it's so the inverse of like my naivety of understanding what love like that is,
Yeah.
while I look at her for having naivety of like, man, you don't know what kind of evil's out there.
Hmm.
You know, it's like, you don't see the bad in people, but I've seen some shit and I've
Yeah.
gone through some stuff, but like, it's that loving nature where I'm like, God, she'd be the greatest mom. And it's like, and I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I'm kind of a nutcase because I've had so much horrible shit happen in my
Yeah.
life. And I'm just like, I'm always on edge and I'm like guarding and I'm like, I'm always like looking for the exits
Hmm.
while she's just looking at how to keep everything safe. I'm trying to escape it. She's trying to go like, you don't have to be scared.
I think God made us that way on a purpose, like that, because I think I remember him. I think it was Owen Benjamin brought that up like years ago. He was talking about how we have this positive energy, they have this negative energy. Not negative isn't a bad thing, but it's just like
Yeah.
sometimes we get so ramped up, we need them to ground us, and sometimes they get so emotional that we have to calm them down, and it's just
Well,
in a
it's
godly,
polarity.
yeah, yeah, and
Dude,
we
it's
just
so gay when idioms are real. Like when it's like opposites attract. It's like, ugh. It's like, I get it.
yeah, because
Yin and yang, as they
I
say.
find myself saying that a lot when I'm talking to people at work. I was like, I know it sounds cliche, but it is true. Like a lot of these cliches are true. And man, I done lost my train of thought. Where the heck was I going with that? I'm sorry, y'all. I've been up since two. I've been up since 1 in the
Yeah.
morning.
Oh, dude, are you shadow people incoming?
Nah, I've been trying to get that money. I'm back. To everybody know I'm back working. I'm
Yeah,
employed now. I done said it on maybe like 3 or 4 pods on how I wasn't working, but I'm back. I'm back working. I got my old job. They offered me more money, so I came back, and the place still
crushing.
sucks. I
Yeah.
mean, it's I like the people there, but it just is what it is. And a lot of people there are miserable,
Mm.
but I'm not. I'm able to smile, and they're like, I'm like, it's because I had to take those 2 years off at another place, and so just so I could come back with a different attitude. I'm like, yeah, this sucks.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but you got to pay me, and you're paying, and
Well,
I get to put in overtime, so it doesn't.
yeah, and like, I'm kind of in that boat too, where I finally have updated my resume, which has
Yeah,
been like 7 years coming. And it's like I finally actually applied for a job. It was funny you asked me, oh, your film stuff, you ever think about doing that? And I was like, kind of.
yeah,
And like a job opened up at my wife's company for like it was like video media manager and management or something. And I'm like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And because I'm just like, I feel like I outgrew my job, but then it's like when I start doing that, it's been infecting me and it's been making me super ungrateful about it.
yeah.
And it was like, I was listening to Uneducated Economist on YouTube. I recommend him. He's pretty good. He was
No
talking
free
about,
publicity. Not just
oh
playing
yeah,
with
well,
you.
it's
No,
not
you good.
me. It's not me.
No, you
I,
good. You
I have
good.
nothing to shill. Um, I he goes, yeah, we're pretty much in a time now where even a good job sucks.
Yeah,
And he's like, because nobody's gonna be, everybody always has that narcissistic feeling of like, I don't get paid enough
yeah,
for my job. But now he's like, no, we're just at a point where unless you're like in the top tier where your money pretty much makes its own money, they're like, yeah, no, everybody is not getting paid what they're worth. And it's like, yeah, it makes sense. And now it was the whole thing when I didn't leave my job in the first place was the whole point was job security. It was like,
mhm,
I know we're going into this like recession type time. We're already in it, to be fair. We're
mhm,
in this like Great Depression and we're just trying to figure out how long it goes and how crazy it really does get.
yeah.
And oh dude, I'm telling you, I've been making predictions. It's so weird. I think we're replaying Vietnam right now.
Oh yeah,
100%. Everything leading up to Vietnam looks exactly the same. Dudes lighting themselves on fire, um, potential assassinations attempts, going for the head.
yeah, yeah.
We got Cold War nuke fears, and we got off the gold standard in 71, right? With
Mhm.
Nixon. And that happened right after Vietnam when France wanted their gold back. And we were like, no. And so now it's like, well, what would be the equivalent of that? It's, oh,
Digital currency.
digital.
Yeah.
And it's like, but if it's not digital, it doesn't matter what it is. There is a shift happening. It's like,
Mhm.
for all we know, we could go back to the gold standard and half the country would just disintegrate into nothing.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's one of those things where I've had to learn to not assume everything is nefarious, like everything is for the worst common denominator.
Yeah.
It's like chemtrails in the sky. It's like, well, it's poison to make your dick small. And it's like, well, no, but what if it's like maybe the sun is like hotter than it's been and they're trying to
Yeah.
put something there so all our crops don't die.
Yeah.
Or with Wi-Fi being used now, it needs something to travel on.
Yeah.
So they're putting metals in the sky so the waves have stuff to travel through. So we
Yeah.
can get higher speed internet, or so cellular service works. I don't know. Could it be that?
Yeah. So we're
Maybe.
not evil. We're just stupid. Well, not
Yeah.
it because it's just like, oh, now we're gonna play God, and we didn't have any ill intentions, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions,
Or even
and we end up
worse, they're just bad management. It's like,
that
what do you
too.
mean? It's like your job. It's like, you find a point where you're watching your managers try and take care of all these, one district manager is trying to take care of 20 ill-equipped retards.
Mhm.
And we're sitting there looking at them like, well, why not you just, instead of putting out fires all day, why not just make it so the fires don't happen? And they go, because I can't afford fire extinguishers, you asshole. And it's like, because a lot of people make a big point. It's like, oh, well, they got to spray everything with glyphosate and they got to have GMO fruits and vegetables. It's like, well, yeah, because nobody has a garden anymore. Nobody
Exactly.
knows how. It's like, why is milk $7 a gallon or $8 a gallon? It's like, because nobody even knows how to milk a goat or milk a cow. And it's like,
Mhm.
well, does everybody have to have one? It's like, well, no, but imagine if there was a local dairy farm in every, like, I don't know, 15-mile radius.
Exactly.
It's, it's like you have less managers and more employees to manage, or a farmer trying to take care of more stock. It's like, well, how do you do that if the stock is now getting dumber? Because
Yep.
we are,
Yep.
like, to be fair, a lot of us are getting dumber. I say us in a
Yeah.
general sense, but it's
Yeah. We're
like,
losing recipes. That's a saying, but now it really is.
it really is, dude. I like, people talk about like the DEI and stuff, and how like planes are falling out of the sky, and
Yeah.
this like, you see something being ill managed every day, and I go, I think I don't think it's nefarious. I think we're seeing the repercussions of all the stuff that happened 3 years ago. Think about all the old people that had all the recipes, who all
Mhm.
quit their job or got fired because they didn't want to take the vax. Or,
Yeah.
90% of the people with all of the knowledge that were training all the up and comers, even if they were affirmative action hires, there were still competent guys to teach the affirmative hire something.
Mhm.
And it's like, once you remove that, it's like, now we're going to see the whiplash effect of just a bunch of stupid people training dumber people. There is no generational knowledge. Forget wealth. There's no generational knowledge.
Mhm. And then the
It's
more
like,
we
what
go
good's
ahead.
a book if nobody can read?
And the more we learn technology, the dumber we get. Because even me, the more I use GPS, the less I remember how to get somewhere.
Dude, guilty. Same. Like, I make the same route. Like, if the route to my parents' house from here wasn't just like 4 turns, I'd be in Louisiana by Tuesday by accident.
Yeah.
I'd be Bugs Bunny in every cartoon. I'd be taking a left at Albuquerque, not even knowing where Albuquerque was.
Mhm.
And then I end up in a cartel because it's been taken over by the Mexicans.
Man, I'm telling you, and I remember I was going, I was driving down this road to where I'm working, and I've traveled this road like 10 years, and then I just so happened to notice a house. I'm like, wait a minute, was that house always there? I was like, have I really just not noticed the whole house on a place I've traveled? Because sometimes, especially like I'm always driving, but sometimes when you're in that passenger seat, you're able to just look around and observe, and then you'll see something. You're like, man, I didn't even notice that because you're focused on the road. You
Oh,
don't, you
dude,
don't.
why does that Dairy Queen look so different now?
Man,
Subway changed their logo?
everything looks so different. That's how I know we're going into the matrix. Not the matrix. We're just going into this whole what do they call it? Transhuman. Everything's losing its. Like I didn't even notice all of the most of the cars were black, gray, and white until I
They're all
watched you.
SUVs, baby. They're
Yeah,
all
that too.
SUVs.
And then like then I saw this thing talking about millennial gray and talking about how the millennials and all our stuff is gray, and I was like, oh crap. I was like, it really is getting gray.
It's
And like,
funny you say that. You prompted me for something.
go ahead.
What's your opinion on AI?
It's a tool, but we're gonna misuse it. Wait, hold on. Let me take that back. I don't even really think it's gonna be what they like what you seen me earlier. I think it's they're just using it so they can when they so that we can get to the point where we think it's so real. So when they switch it out with when they fill that so-called robot in with the unembodied spirits, we're gonna just think it's a
Ooh.
computer, but it's really the ghosts in the machine. But
Ooh.
we're gonna think it's the artificial intelligence running it when it's not.
Like there's just enough quote unquote sentience there for
Yeah,
the shadow people to actually puppet
yeah,
something.
because once we pass what they call it, the Turing test, once the
That's
computers
interesting.
pass the Turing test, then they can just go where they can put all the switcheroo, and then they can finally do what they want to do, and they can put the unembodied spirits into a body. They're gonna figure out how to get the soul. They're gonna figure it out. They're gonna figure it out.
That's interesting. I'll never say it'll have a soul. It's funny you bring that up because
It's
this was from a conversation I got prompted from a old. It's called EFAP, every frame of pause.
mm,
They did like 2 hours on trolley problems, like those trolley
the train.
hypotheticals. Like you pull if you pull the lever, it kills a baby or 5 old men.
Okay.
Like it's these hypotheticals, and they get more and more insane, right? And there was one when they finally got to a point where they go, well, what if there was like 3 robots that have gained sentience and then like a couple of cats and a dog over here? Which one are you letting get hit?
The robots. I don't believe robots will ever be real people. I don't believe they actually have a soul. That's why I said they're switching out the AI. They're, they're the spirits, the so-called shadow. They're gonna put the shadow man spirits into the freaking. They're gonna put the spirits into the machine.
And it's
I,
funny because I agree with you. And it's funny. And I think the reason why we do is because we have a religious foundation.
yeah,
Because a lot of the guys that are on that panel, they're more agnostic because they're like
yeah.
super literal and logical. They like to break down by like logic. So I
Hmm.
wouldn't necessarily call them atheist,
Yeah.
but you know, with the internet, everybody's an edgy atheist.
Hmm.
And so they were really advocating more for like, well, this thing has gained sentience and it can think, therefore it has a personality or whatever. And I said there is a point where if people want to have this conversation with me, there'll have to be a point where we won't agree because of the religious element. And
Hmm.
it's like, well, why? Because I don't believe they have a soul. No matter how close they get to a human personality or whatever, it's just a mimicry, it's a
Yeah.
mirroring of it. It's just a really good interpretation of creation. It's
Hmm.
God didn't give it a soul, it was artificially created. Therefore, I go with the animals because regardless, some people don't think animals have souls. I don't buy that. They emote too much, and you can see,
Hmm.
like, especially with cats and dogs, you can actually see emotion in their face. And I
Yeah.
go, nah. Um, maybe bugs or something don't, because that's why they have like hive mind mentality. So they
So
don't
now you're a
actually have like real
species, huh? That's what you're saying?
a little bit. I don't know how far I'm like a species enthusiast.
Okay.
I don't think but but it's funny because I would sit there and go that would be where it would break. It's like,
Mhm.
well, if somebody doesn't believe in the soul as in like a gift or a creation from God, they would just go, well, we created it, therefore it's of importance, right? And I go,
Mhm.
that's your ideology. You know,
Mhm.
that's a point where you realize that that is an ideology, because there's a point where it stops, and it
Yeah.
stops in the material.
Mhm.
Unless you can think outside of the material, you're going to be here. You will
Yeah.
value an artificial intelligence inside of a mimicry body. You'll value that because it's essentially it's a goal. It's a show of human prowess and all that. But once you go, I can't make something out of nothing.
Yeah. You know what's
Well,
weird
God
about
can
that?
do that.
Yeah, you know what's weird about that is because I'm like, I was thinking, you just going to thought it worked. And I was thinking, I was like, man, we're gonna create these stupid machines, and we're gonna call them our God, because that's just how people are. And it reminded me of the Bible, and it was like, he was like, you took the tree down, cut it, shaved it, stood it up, and started worshiping it and calling it your God. And I was like, they're gonna do the same thing with the freaking AI robots, whatever. I was like, we're gonna create
So
the thing and call it our God.
it's funny. I'm going to give you a theory that I have, but I want you to listen to this quick and let me know if you can actually hear it.
Oh,
So the guy that's going to speak, the British fellow, his name is Mahler. He's the guy I'm talking about. He does that thing every frame of pause. I recommend him. He's really fun. He does a lot of movie breakdowns and stuff. He talks about Zack Snyder, and they're talking about Rebel Moon. So for anybody who doesn't know, Zack Snyder got this Netflix deal, and he's making multiple versions of the same movie multiple times.
mm,
He's doing like the Netflix version, then his Vision version, and then he's doing that like 3 times. So he's 3 stories. He's telling it 6 times.
okay.
It's retarded. So he's trying to manufacture the release the Snyder Cut thing that happened a few years
Yeah.
ago. He's
Mhm.
trying to recreate that while the whole point it's completely made. But this guy doesn't usually get rattled. So I want you to hear how he thinks about Zack Snyder, and then we'll get back to the AI.
Netflix forced him to do a PG version and an R version.
No, not buying that for a
No.
fucking second. That
No.
Netflix forced him to do shit. He could have
No.
made a 2-hour movie, two-hour fucking movies, but he is incapable of preventing himself from indulging in every last fucking instinct he has in relation to storytelling. And I saw Cablo Opinions tweeted out, but he said it feels like we've got the AI side of things racing toward getting more and more convincing, and Zack Snyder is the primary fucking director that is racing to meet them in the middle. So he wants to make movies that look like they're made by AI at this point. The fucking shots, man.
So aside from the fact that that's one of the most eloquent disses to a creator I've ever heard, I go, I like your theory about creating a shell good enough, like iRobot style, to like
Yeah.
give these. What if it's not about creating a shell that's already hollow? What if it's about hollowing out us?
That shoot. And so we
And
can. Hey.
I was thinking about this when he said that. It's the idea that he's regressing as a creator
Mm-hmm.
to meet AI in the middle, right?
Yeah.
No matter what happens, AI, it's not even AI. It's not even intelligent. It's a algorithm.
Yeah.
It's taking everything it's ever been sourced and creating a representation through prompting, which
Yeah.
still requires our prompting.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not intelligent. What it is, it's getting to a point where we no longer feel the need to create, and we don't value the creation anymore because we have something else that can do it for us. So why learn how to draw if something will do it for me? Now, I'm
Yeah.
not knocking it. It's a good tool. Like if I can't draw, it'd be cool to be able to make my own story through AI illustrations, and then I could like voice the characters, right? I'm still kind of creating, but I am quote unquote robbing someone else of them using their creative talents or whatever.
Yeah.
That's not really the aspect of the argument I want to have. It's the idea that what if we're regressing now to a point where we become the meme, and I think we're already getting there, where we call people NPCs,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Non-playable characters in, what do people call this? A simulation sometimes.
Or the Matrix. Call it
What
the
if
Matrix.
the whole point is that we have this discernment, we have this connection to the ether, this collective consciousness, the Christ consciousness, which is created by God. So we pull ideas from the ether. It's why sometimes we all can hear the same song in our heads, or we both have the same idea at the same time.
Mm.
Even from thousands of miles away, we could be thinking the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun, as they say. And the never-ending story. Why do we all keep creating the same archetypes? Why is there a black and white version of the same guy on Twitter talking to each other on a podcast randomly? It's the idea of what if people have started to give their authority away to other earthly idols to a point where they no longer care about discernment. They whack off, so they give their love and lust to the computer screen. They get sloth, so they sleep all day. And they give their authority to noise canceling machines, so they can't even hear the birds sing anymore. They don't even want to listen to the rain outside. They want to listen to it rain on YouTube for 10 hours so they can sleep. You know what I mean? They don't want to sit outside and soak up the sun. They want to go to a tanning bed. And you get to a point where you've removed yourself from the natural element of everything for so long, you become a vacant, hollowed out meat suit. For now, you don't even get to sober up anymore. The thing that comes in and starts puppeting you, what if they become the actual wielder and you're the one sitting in the back? You're no longer, you're in the passenger seat now.
Yeah.
You get to a point where you were always driving, to a point where you would drink so much, or you'd smoke so much, or you'd fuck so much, to you hollowed out, to where you got to a point where you're like, I don't even want to put in the effort of having to drink all the time. I don't even want the effort of having to seduce a woman so she'll bang me. It gets to a point where it's like, whatever. And then now something else will come in and find its own motivation to do it. You know, what was one of the battles in Genesis? They were battling AI.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally, what was it? It was one of the countries or kingdoms or something. It was literally called AI.
Oh,
like
yeah.
And it's like, those are just people.
Yeah.
What if the AI that we're fighting are people who don't no longer think for themselves? They just get the download on Twitter.
Well,
It's what flag are you putting in your bio next week, and which country will you fight for? Because the person you idealize told you to do it.
Well, could you fit audiobooks into that conversation? Because
Probably.
when you were talking, I was like, I think that's why I refused. Like, because audiobooks kind of remind me of podcasts, so I can't retain the messages well. So I have to read the book just so I can retain the knowledge.
Well, it's like it was like I was telling you. It's like I caught shit for listening to the Bible because I want to learn stuff, but there is a point where I think you need to read it because your voice matters. Like it's why they say read it. It's because I think you're supposed to read it out loud, and that's when you get to a point where it's like, well, yeah, but what language? I go, I think that's the point of saying it out loud. It doesn't matter the language; it's the intent behind it.
Yeah.
Like you can say I love you, but scream it at somebody. You can say the N-word, but say it lovingly. It's like I hope all I'm, I don't want to get kicked off YouTube. So it's like, I hope all these N-words have a great, wealthy, beautiful life. Or you go, I hope every black person's eradicated on the planet. It's like just because you said it nice, there's still intention behind it. It's like, because there was that Japanese guy who did the like water memory thing. So like the way it would crystallize, the way he would speak, or the vibrations he would use on water would create different patterns. It's cymatic stuff. Would create different icicles, ice formations in water. Or like they would take rice and put it in 3 jars. They'd say loving things to one, nothing to the middle, and say hateful things to the other one. The things that said the loving things to, it stayed pretty white, even kind of looked good, like it almost like flourished. The middle one kind of did nothing, yellowed a little bit, and then the one they said all the hateful stuff molded and turned like black and stuff.
See, even I'm going back to the Bible. It says there's life and death in the power of the tongue, man.
Well, like, why do you think they bless water? What are they blessing water with? It's like your words. No, they're doing it with their intent.
Yeah, man. See, man, I got now I know I got to do that research. I got to do that research on words, but I'm like, God, why do I have to do it? Because I was like, I'm not even that. I just know it's a mountain to climb. It's like, do I really want to climb this mountain?
It's mental hiking, dude. It's good for you.
Yeah, and there's another thing I got to research. I don't know if anybody knows because there's a show I've been into lately called Tower of God. And when it opens up, it reminds me of the Tower of Babel. Then I got to thinking, all right, now I'm gonna have to research any other cultures that talk about a Tower of God in some form, and I'm like, this is gonna be a lot of work. So those
What if I told you I think the English language is the language of Babylon?
explain because I'm now interested.
Almost every country speaks it.
Mhm.
And the biggest thing is it's the international language because it's the language of aeronautics. You cannot be an international pilot unless you speak English because English speakers founded aeronautics.
Yeah,
So
I gotta
if
look
there
at.
was going to be a one world government, it's probably going to speak English. Can't help but notice that every UN meeting is spoken in English.
Yeah, nah, yeah, you got something there. And
This is what I do. It's
it's
like,
sort of, isn't it like a bastard? Like it's an amalgamation of other things anyway. So it's like everything that was split is returning back to the center.
well, it's all originates usually from Latin.
Yeah.
It's like Latin origin. Even Hispanic stuff has Latin origin or
Mhm.
Greek because apparently the Bible was first written in Greek or Aramaic, I think were the
Yeah.
two earliest, not Hebrew, allegedly.
Yeah.
And it's funny because you were talking about naming stuff earlier. This is the kind of autistic stuff I do. This is why I can kind of sound crazy. Is like Elon Musk on Twitter. I don't know if you'll see it, but I'm just gonna do this just for fun. This is what he posted. Ptah. It's a Egyptian god, and I have this thing about like, like I've been seeing pictures rolling around where like at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, it looks like there was a Sphinx and pyramid ruin that looks just like stuff in Egypt. And this idea that like these cultures have been around longer than we're being told. And
Mhm.
it's like we're just seeing the same thing in just different areas. Like the Mississippi used to be called the Nile.
Oh
And
yeah.
a long time ago. And so like I think about things and why they're named. We have like a Paris, Texas and stuff. And it's like, well, is it because we named it after Paris Hilton? Like, like why do we
Yeah.
name things the way we name them? And so Elon Musk posts this thing, and it's Ptah, Ptah, and it goes,
Yeah.
according to some theologies, Ptah was the creator god who spoke the primordial ooze, which is funny,
Mhm.
from which all other life rose into existence. Ptah served as the patron god of Memphis. Keep that in mind, that's coming back. So Memphis, the capital of Egypt, at different points in its ancient history. He also acted as a god of craftsmen and skilled laborers. So you think of skilled laborers, craftsmen, you usually think like rednecks almost, not necessarily
Mhm.
rednecks, but your carpenters, your working men, your plumbers, that.
Blue collar guys.
Exactly. So you're kind of thinking like, oh, Midwestern dudes, usually red leaning guys, those kind of people, salt of the earth
Mhm.
type people. Well, he shared that image and said Hak Ptah, obviously making a
Hawk
reference.
Tua. And
So
she's southern down.
Eve gets better. Me being autistic,
Yeah.
I wanted to look her up. I'm curious. Name's Haley. Looking at her. Guess where she happens to be from?
Tennessee.
Nashville, Tennessee. So I'm going, oh, well, it's Memphis. I go, okay, wasn't quite as close. But then
Yeah.
I decided to go a little farther because I'm like, I'm just curious. She's born in Belfast, Tennessee, raised in Nashville, Tennessee, which is the capital now.
Yeah.
But then, of course, I have to look up. Did you know Tennessee has had 5 different cities be the capital
No.
in its time? Yeah. One of them happens to be Memphis. And so, but see, I learned little things doing stupid stuff like that. I'm like, I
Yeah.
would have never, why would in a million years would I know that Tennessee had 5 different capitals
Mhm.
over the course of like 100 years or something? It was
Yeah.
insane. And I go, but Memphis, Egypt,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, what are the odds of that? And then why are we naming stuff over here the same thing? And why are we seeing the same imagery? And because then that's when I talked about the never ending story. You look at like the pagan gods or the Greek gods. You have like Jesus, Zeus, Mount Olympus, Mount Olives,
Mhm.
and you're just like, so which one's mimicking who?
Yeah.
And I've had the theory for a little while that I really liked was, what if some of these other religions were other prophets that just went off and fell to sin of some sort? Usually idolatry. You know, like
Yeah.
what if Buddha was supposed to go over and tell people about Christ, and he was getting there, he was saying some really cool stuff, and people just started making statues of him, and he's like, yeah, this is cool.
Yeah.
You know, and then he became his own like little cutoff of religion. Because you know,
Mhm.
you look at the Mormon, you know, because people get so pissed off at the Muslims, they're like Muhammad, and I'm like, you guys got that same energy for the Mormons with Joseph Campbell or no?
Joseph Campbell.
Yeah,
Joseph Smith.
is it
Who's
Smith?
Joseph? It's
Oh,
Joseph.
he's the kid, he's the soup guy.
It's like, it's Joseph.
Oh no, I'm not Mormon. My point is the prophet thing, but
Yeah.
yeah,
No.
apparently I got tomato soup on the brain.
Maybe he was a Mormon. I don't know.
He could be. Made his own soup. But like, yeah, you know what I mean, dude.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started on his Campbell soup painting that probably went for billions of dollars.
You talk. Who painted that? That was crap. What was that guy's name?
I'll Google it.
Because that guy's famous, and I was like, for that,
What was it?
it's a.
Campbell's tomato soup painting.
But that guy painted more than that, and I like art. I
Oh.
appreciate art.
It's always about the original, though, right?
But I'm like, you became famous for painting that. I mean, he was.
Well, I mean, Jackson Pollock did the whole like just
That's
splattering the walls.
Yeah, I used to be a fan of abstract art. Now I think it's all BS.
Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol. That's it.
1961 and June 1962.
It was the psychedelics. He was MK Ultra. No, just playing. I don't know.
Dude, MK Ultra. Mortal Kombat Ultra.
That was 3, right? Mortal Kombat 3. Man, we were going off on a tangent.
My bad.
Now I'm looking up Andy Warhol paints. I wish people. Yeah, it's a bunch of freaking culture. I'm not. Maybe he has better. Maybe he has better stuff, but I feel like I could have done this stuff.
Well, I mean, then you're just a bigot.
Is he Jewish?
I have no idea.
I've
maybe. Oh, but yeah, that's been fun. The defacing of flag or burning flags and ruining bells and stuff. It was funny.
Yeah.
There was a guy on Twitter I was following, and he asked, you know, he's like, do you think people should be punished for burning the American flag, especially if they're foreigners? And I go, it's a weird distinction that you would have, that they have to be foreigners. Like, shouldn't the act itself just piss you off if you're mad about it?
Yeah.
If anything, you'd think you'd be more mad about somebody who lives here because they should know better.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, a foreigner, I'm like, I kind of get it.
Mm-hmm. You don't care. You don't have any grounds standing in this country.
And then he goes, and it was funny because then like some people were just like, eh. And so then he goes to the next caveat. He goes, well, what if it's like from a like political house or something? It's like it's property it's like government property, and they take it down and they stole it and destroyed it. And I go, you answered your own question. You literally used the verbiage of stolen. So you would be punishing them for stealing, not the act of the flag. So I'm like, why not? That's the stuff I talk about. Let your yes mean yes, man. Just say, I think they should be punished for doing that. Because I'm like, I'm just like, I don't know. Context kind of matters to me. It's like, oh, but don't you love the country? I'm like, yeah. And our country's had like 4 different flags. So I'm like, I don't know, which one you mad at? And it's like, well, they burned it. I go, it's the same thing with this creator that was online. I don't know where I fall on it yet. His name's Boogie 2298 or whatever. And he just got in trouble.
That sounds like a black name.
No,
I need to know.
Huge fat white guy.
Ah, man.
Like obese. And
you can have him. I don't
want no, nobody wants him. And
Boogie, don't come for me, please.
And don't worry. He literally just had to get his face tattooed with the word liar on it because he's such a loco. We're talking, dude, like over a decade of being the biggest piece of garbage on the planet. And so his lineage of just depravity went all the way to now he got caught for like 2 years lying about cancer.
Oh shoot.
And I sat there and I go, he's also been in trouble because he literally had a documentary where they showed him, and he recorded it and put it out as content of him purchasing a hooker and banging multiple hookers from a hookup site. And he's even he discharged a firearm in a school zone and near a church on his front porch because of like a fan came and stalked him and like met him at his front door. And he's like, I'm going to shoot a warning shot. And the guy told him to do it. And he did.
Yeah.
And he spent tons of money to stay out of prison or jail or whatever. And I go, I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, aside from the fact that prostitution is gross, but in his state that he lives in, it is illegal. And then I go, it makes it worse because then you know that the hooker has children.
Yeah.
So he like degrades a mom, which to be fair, I get it. She degrades herself by her job. But again, the job wouldn't be there if there wasn't somebody paying for it. And I sit there and I go, he did those unspeakable things that are now speakable, but we live in I hate to say the term, we live in a society now to where I found it interesting that those two acts weren't seen as bad as a man lying about having a disease.
Right.
And I get it that I have reduced it. My mom's a breast cancer survivor, but I don't even think I need the caveat because I don't care, frankly. I care about my mother. I care about, because it's the idea of like stolen valor, right? It's stolen valor, but for cancer. And I go, at the end of the day, it's the same thing as like people would say, it's like, yeah, but people donated money to him to like help with his bills and stuff. And I go, did you wait to see if he proved that he actually had the bills, or did you just take him on his word? And people go, well, that's whatever. And I go, but don't you donate to like Susan B. Corman or donate to Bono's Red thing? And then you just assume that the money is being allocated properly, which then we find out usually that's not the case.
Exactly.
So I go, are you mad that he did that? Or are you mad that you allowed your good nature to be hijacked? Which, again, not resolving him of anything. I go, I think one of the most despicable things you can do on the planet is to take advantage of somebody's good intention. Like to deceive somebody that inherently, because you know they would do something good, you fuck them over. I think that's like evil. Like evil. But I go, there is a point where I go, there, if you believe in God, it's kind of like he'll be sorted. Like it's he lied about that. I should just be happy that I was willing to care enough that I donated, because it's a donation. I shouldn't care what happens with my money once it's gone. Now, if it's being used for nefarious purposes, obviously you're like, ugh. But then there's like the onus of like, well, maybe I should have looked into it before I gave money, you know? But again, I get it. It's a little more nuanced. It's all context. I just thought it was interesting to hold a man more accountable for lying about a disease he didn't have, rather than being like, he essentially participated in legit sex trafficking with a mother. And I go, that's porn doing that. And it's like, I hate to be like Reagan's ma, or what is it, Margaret Bush or whatever. It's like desensitized by violence. It's like, we saw the gun go off online. It doesn't really register. It's like, because nobody died. And as a guy who has DUIs under his belt, I think it's the same thing. It's like, you don't look at it as bad. You look at it way worse if somebody died.
Yeah.
but it's still a bad thing to do. And it's like, and I think it's just the ghosts are coming.
It's a gnat. It's a gnat.
And
Yeah,
and I just thought that was interesting. I'm like, I don't know how you feel about it, but I found that interesting because I don't know where I would fall, because I do think it is obviously awful. But I think it is strange how we put more value on that than the things we know for a fact he did that were also illegal in the state he was living in.
yeah, I know, because I think that's why the whole don't judge thing, it's so popular, it spread so fast because we're hiding out. Like they look the other way on that because we all have our own, sexual sins we participated in. So it's like, well, I can't call them out on that because I do my own bit of adult film watching or whatever. So they won't say anything that, but you're like, oh well, at least I never pretended like I had cancer. Like they see that they've come up with their own standard of morality instead of God's standard of morality. That way, they're able to see Him as lesser because He does some. You know how people used to say, "Don't judge me because I sin differently." You, but that's what they're doing. They're
Yeah.
judging because He sins differently.
Well, and it's like, because I'm the guy who just ask, I'm like, and as a guy who has partaken, I'm like, at what point is pornography prostitution? Like when,
It is.
because think about it, it's like if your state says prostitution is illegal, but you're paying for OnlyFans,
Mm-hmm.
is that illegal?
It's the same thing. It should be if we're going to use the same logic. It should be the same
You
thing.
see what I mean? And that's why
Yeah.
I'm like, that's why I've had to tell people, I'm like, I was having a conversation with a lady the other day. I'm like, I think that's why we need to stop caring about the federal and the international and all that and start getting community and your home sorted, because it's
Yeah.
like, what good are standards set by society if you wouldn't even follow them in your home?
Exactly.
And it's like, but I don't agree with society's standards. It's like, then don't follow those ones, especially if you think they're immoral. It's like, well, then, so if I don't believe in the law, I should just do it. I'm like, you can, that's the free will, but you're not going to get arrested.
Yeah.
But it's like, but there is a point where you have to govern yourself. It's like, well, I know this is bad. I know this is illegal. So don't partake in it. Well, it's legal though. The legality is not morality, and that's a problem. Dude, it came up with that with Destiny, that Destiny online guy who was like talking about on Twitter how he was happy that Trump people were dying or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, as a guy who thinks there might be something fishy about it,
Mm-hmm.
I go, that doesn't matter. That's intent. It's like, well, yeah, but would he be resolved of his awful things he said if it found out that no, they were all crisis actors and nobody died? It's like, no, he still said what he said and he believed it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you don't get to take that back. It's like,
No.
well, I don't believe in abortion. It's like, well, have you had an abortion? It's like, well, no. It's like, okay, cool. So you're doing what you're doing. Now you have somebody who says, I believe in abortion and people should get abortions and have the choice to. And they're like, well, have you ever had one? Well, no, I'd never get one.
Why not?
And it's like, then why not? It's like, well, because I think it's immoral, but I think other people should get to. And I'm like, cognitive dissonance, man. Where are you?
I kind of use that same logic with, like, I know some people feel, I'm not here to judge on this certain topic because I know certain people feel a different way when it comes to cussing.
Yeah.
And like when it comes to kids, and it's like, why don't you let your kids do it not a if it's not a bad thing and you do it, then why not let the kids do it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then most people, they don't want their kids to cuss. But like I know, and I've heard the arguments for and against, using biblical. So, but I just feel like God put it on my heart. For me, I don't use the language because I feel like whatever God's got me. Not saying I don't. Thoughts do pop in my head, and
Yeah.
if I, God dang it, man, that bug came back. But
What good timing.
and if I freaking wreck my car, I'm pretty sure another one will come out. Or if I'm angry enough.
Yeah.
But I just feel like for what God's got for me, whatever message I'm supposed to carry, I can go further without doing it.
Well, and the
Oh,
best because like, I still struggle with certain things, like definitely looking at stuff I shouldn't be looking at a little
yeah,
longer than I should have,
yeah,
or
I understand.
things like that. And it's like I think the biggest thing is that the reintroduction of shame
Hmm.
is the big thing, and not necessarily from society. It's that, do you feel shame when you've partaken in something that you shouldn't have? And it's
Yeah,
like that, you shouldn't have. And it's like,
yeah,
that's at least a step between, because like a lot of people don't. They're like, nah, I don't even feel bad. I don't feel bad about that. Why would I care? Because like I have tattoos, and it's
yeah,
like my wife and I got into a conversation about the difference between guilt, shame, and regret.
yeah,
And it's like, do I feel shame about my tattoos? I'm like, not really. Like, I don't actively look at them and go, oh, I did a bad thing.
yeah,
And then it's like, do you regret them? I'm like, no. Because, like, if I got to go back in time, I'd do everything the same, because that's how I got where I am.
hmm,
And then it's like, well, do you feel guilty? And I'm like, And I'm like, maybe, because guilt implies that I did it, that I
yeah,
am guilty of it. And
hmm,
unlike many other, if you consider tattoos a sin, I get
yeah,
it. Shut up.
yeah,
It's like, I don't want to have a fight with tattoo people.
yeah, yeah. No, I
And
know.
it's like, I go, I'm actually wearing it on me. Like, it's like being branded, like with the scarlet letter or something. It's like, I did it.
Yeah,
And it's like, well, do you feel bad? I'm like, no, one was a random design that I liked. One happens to be a cross.
yeah,
And then one's barbed wire because it matches my dad. And it's like, the only one I would probably look at and be annoyed with is the barbed wire, because it's the only one I can see. And it's like, do I feel shame, guilt, or anything? And it's like, no. And it's like, well, do you judge people with tattoos? I'm like, a little. And it's like, well,
yeah,
why? And it's like, why? It's like, because I would never advocate for it. It's like,
yeah,
why? It's like, if I had kids now, or if somebody was on the fence and were like, oh, I'm thinking about getting a tattoo, I would just, not even without a second thought, I go, don't.
yeah. Especially a female. I,
Dude,
I'm, I'm
it's like,
sexist like that.
well, and it's me too. And I was a hypocrite at the time. And it's like,
Yeah,
why? It's like, well, I meet my wife when I didn't have the tattoo, the cross on my back.
hmm,
And so I'd already had what I had when we'd met. And so I was like, so she likes me for me, blah, blah, blah. She has none.
hmm,
And so now I'm getting one. And then as the years go by, she started thinking about, oh, maybe I do want one. And we thought for years about the right design and what would it be. And because I'm telling her, I'm like, you're gonna have this forever, and think about your wedding photos and think about photos moving on. Do you want to see that?
yeah,
Are you sure? And it got to a point where I started to feel bad, because I'm like, I don't want you to get one, like, at
yeah,
all. And it's like, well, why? It's like, because I look at you and the idea, a little TMI and a little whatever,
yeah.
but it's like, when I'm knowing you biblically, it's like,
I already knew where you're going.
I know how you look,
Yeah,
and that's what I remember. And to see something foreign put on you, and then you got to remember, then when you look at it at a fundamental, it's scarring. It's like,
yeah,
you're altering something that you no longer think is perfect. And I get it. People be like, well, aren't you doing that when you hairstyle, or when you do other stuff? I'm like, but a lot of that's not permanent. And the idea
hmm,
is that, like, you are, oh, but what if I get plastic surgery to fix my nose or something? I'm like, that's vanity.
yeah. Exactly.
And I get it. And like, and I'm not saying you don't want, like, if your teeth are all fucked up and you want to get dentures or something, it's like, I get it. Go ahead.
That's actually a health thing, though. But go keep going.
You know what I
Continue.
mean? Well, like,
Yeah,
because people could argue that for their nose. It's like, well, I don't sleep good and I snore, so it fixes my septum. And it's like, totally get it. I don't care. A lot of times I'll even say a lot of decisions are based on intention.
yeah,
At the end of the day, if you're ever struggling with a decision you're making in life, what's your intention? And are you doing it out of emotion? Those are the
hmm,
first two things I'd ask. And I'd go, if you feel good after you've gone through both of those, then who am I? I'm like, go
yeah,
nuts. But it's like, but doesn't that make you a hypocrite to have tattoos and tell people not to get that. You don't think they should get them. I go, no, because I would never get another tattoo as long as I live. I don't
Yeah.
ever intend to do it again.
Yeah, and like I'm the same way, and how I understand it now is I was even talking to a buddy of mine. He has tattoos as well. I was like, I think what it is, and now I understand why God advocated against it. What I think it is, it's an outward expression of an internal issue. The same thing goes with piercings. I think with like
Yeah.
especially odd piercings, and I think with the color hair, like when I see, they might be mad at me, but when I see a black woman with blonde hair or light red hair, like something it differs very,
Yeah.
from the natural. I'm like, there's something going on mentally, especially when a girl shaves her head bald. Like, because I see a girl's hair is that crown, so when you shave it bald, there's something going on
Dude,
there.
I 100% believe that there is a psyop to get black women to shave their head. I'm not
Yeah.
joking. Like, I think that is like crazy. When black people talk about there's power in your hair, I'm like, I get that some people kind of roll their eyes, but I'm like, I'm fucking starting to think that there might be something there. Because, like, dude, the Dora Milaje and stuff, like, why is it's either dreads or
Yeah.
bald? That's it.
Mhm.
Or
It's
for guys, it's that Black Panther Killmonger haircut.
Or like even when people like, because I understand some do it as it's a way, something about renewal. Like I even do it sometimes when I get fresh. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna shave my beard off, and then I'll just start it. I haven't done it in a while because I've been in a
Sure.
better mind state. But I'll just shave it off. I'm like, I gotta start over. It's like a mental thing. It's like a
Yeah, but what did
reset.
you just express?
That
Intent.
yeah, and I've seen some women do that, but they do it and they go natural. But it's some that like they continue. I'm like, oh, so you're gonna stick with the bald hair? It's not just because of chemicals. I was like, okay, there's something going. I feel like there's something going on there because I feel like a woman's hair is her crown. So I'm like, what would make a queen remove her crown? There's something going on there.
Well, I'm sure it's not a coincidence that a certain crowd of people wear a particularly small hat that seems to only cover the crown.
Hmm.
Eh. But it's just like, well, because I mean, think about it. What does everybody always say when you're dyeing your hair, you're wearing certain clothes? It's expressing yourself.
Yeah.
Well, outward,
Yeah.
you're not internalizing yourself, you're expressing yourself. And it's like, well, what are you expressing? Dude, there's a reason why, I don't know, brand name food,
Hmm.
brand named clothes, branding. What do you do to cattle? You
You
brand
brand?
them.
Yeah.
And it's like, why? It's like, no. It's like, why do they do that? I'm like, words have meaning. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. It's like, do you know what they're doing? I'm like, I think so, but I don't care. It's like,
It's the reason why Nike chose Nike. It's the reason why.
because when I always tell people, it's like, okay, yeah, sure. I probably can get autistic and look for the esoterics in it, but just look at the fundamental.
Hmm.
Why the symbol? It's so when you see it, you think of one thing.
Yeah.
When you hear an expression, you think one thing. Like you could do ba-dong, like you can hear like the Mac turn on, or you hear like ba-da-ba-ba-ba, and you're just
Yeah.
like, fuck, and you just know. It's Pavlov's dog stuff. And it's like,
Mhm.
Yuval Noah Harari or something. It's like Barack Obama was reading his book and he called us hackable animals.
Hackable, like chop up, like chop meat with chop meat.
Computer.
Oh,
We're
hackable. Okay.
we're hackable animals. And I
Yeah.
go, And I hate the fact, I'd like to remove the distinction of animal, but hackable, I 100%.
Yeah.
It's like, color coding. We think of color coding and we can think of brand colors. Like when I see purple, yellow, and gold together, I think Minnesota Vikings. Or, when you think orange and black, you think Halloween, or you think like, oh, silver and gold. It's like you think of the Jews. And it's just like, no, I'm just like, like flags. You think
Yeah.
countries don't think about the flag colors that they use or the symbols they use, or
And
it's
they're mostly
like,
primary. They're not, or secondary. They're not. You don't see any aquamarines or fuchsias, even though people think they're beautiful. Something about their. You got your primaries. You got your red, yellow, blues. I mean, I'm going out of order. White, black, like I realized early on that I went all out of order. But you get what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, think about, you think about that stuff. What's the most recognizable brand in the entire world right now?
Is it not Nike?
Nazis?
Oh
Nazi
yeah.
symbol?
Everybody knows that. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Every country knows that symbol. Every single one. And they'd be like, well, they know the American flag, but I'm talking like that has been around for hundreds of years. Even the American flag has changed in the course of a couple hundred years.
Yeah.
It's like, but even the Nazi symbol is just an inversion of a symbol that's been around since ancient times.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's one of the most recognizable symbols. And it's like, some people, but that's the branding, that's the power awareness of branding, is that that symbol has been around since, people were mapping the stars, but for some reason, they only think Nazi. Like, if that's not the most hackable thing you can do, I don't know what is. Like, to take a sound, to take colors, or to take certain things and just dude, we're doing it with memes.
Yeah.
Like, we're going back to like emojis. People like understand a symbol and they know it.
Yeah.
It's like, somebody made the joke forever ago. I think his name was Bernie Burns. He created Rooster Teeth Productions. He goes, look at like our society now with like cat videos, right? Like, everybody laughs at him. Everybody knows cats are funny. And he's like, look at the Egyptians. They just had pictures of cats everywhere. He's like, people talk about like they worshiped cats. It's like, maybe they just thought they were fucking funny.
Right. We don't understand their memes.
But it's like, it's super funny. Like somebody made a joke. How like one of the plagues back in like the Egyptian times, it was frogs.
Yeah. Well, that was it. Well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, online we have that. It's Pepe.
Oh yeah.
Kermit the Frog, Pepe the Frog. Alex Jones is turning all the frogs gay. It's like,
yeah.
It's like, it's just funny. It's like, oh, do you think that's actually connected? I'm like, I don't know. I just think it's funny.
New under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. You said it earlier.
And it's just like, yeah, I will say it's hard to believe a lot of certain things about religion, and I get the Bible is hard. That's why I try my best to not hold my religion just to the religion, just to a church, just to a denomination, just to a book. I go, let's start with the creator. Let's start with saying something true. And then if we can live in consistency and truth, I think God reveals himself.
Yeah.
It's like, as above, so below, with the trees, with the stars. Why is everything seem to like mirror each other? It's like a tree. We have limbs, we come from the seed. It's like, people make the argument. It's like, we weren't even made first. God, if you want to go with it, God created the earth first and made us from the dirt. If anything, we're a reflection of, because everybody talks about God's everywhere, right? God is everywhere. Oh, so you mean he's in the air? And it's like, yeah, the whole point is like, the actual joke is if we're made in God's image, we're made from the thing he made first.
Yeah.
So we're a reflection of everything and nothing. It's the paradox. It's like I always tell everybody, it's like, I think it's the hardest part is the paradox. It's the idea of that you have to be willing to accept the paradox or you go insane.
Yeah. And I think also, like, when it says we're made in an image, we were supposed to reflect that image out into the world. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, his attributes, we're supposed to reflect those attributes, and that brings him glory in a way. I'm too dumb to fully explain it all.
Well, I think the point is we're not supposed to. Like, the whole point is we're not supposed to understand God because God is you can't understand him because he's outside of understanding. We don't have the capacity. It's why if you look at him, your eyes burn, or you can't actually hear his voice and stuff. It's like, it's the idea that somebody said, what was it? I think it was Bach. He goes, only God is perfect and everything is for God. It's like, so we can't even understand perfection because we can't attain it. And it's kind of like the idea of what was I thinking? It was I lost it.
It reminds me what you were saying when you were talking. It reminds me of when I try to understand eternity. Like anytime I'll sit there and think about it, I get frustrated and I just like, forget it. I can't freaking. So I'm like, before he's always been here. And I was like, logically that makes sense because nothing can come. So logically, something has to either always been here because I don't know. It just makes
all the way back. It requires a creator. It's why atheists always get butthurt, is because the sole thing is that we cannot create something from nothing.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's like,
because I was like, even for logic to exist, it has to come from something. Like, because logic is God, because logic exists, God exists. Because it's a mind. I don't know. That's just the way I've been thinking in my head. I got a bunch of pieces I haven't put.
Go for it, dude. This is why I make people mad. It's like, well, you never reached a conclusion. I go, I didn't need to. I just needed to say certain things.
It has to exist because logic exists. God must exist. And then God must be eternal. He has to be eternal because if he created everything, something can't come from nothing. So that means there has to be something or someone here. And if he was here to create it, and he has to not have a beginning, or else that means he was created, which wouldn't make him God.
Think of two things. So if I asked you what came first, the chicken or the egg,
I would say he created the. I was like, God came first. He created the egg to birth.
That's the answer. That's the answer. It's if you actually believe in your creator, it's what came first, the chicken or the egg? God. Yeah. Because it doesn't matter which one came first. He had to create it.
Yeah.
Because one wouldn't be sustainable without the other. And the other way around. And then when I think about it, everybody talks about like God doesn't work in linear time. And I believe that because of the weird notion of just the fact that we learned how to write. We learned how to record. And again, with the never-ending story, we get to learn things from history, from his story. It's the idea that you and I are recording this podcast right now, right? At, for me, 5:23 p.m. Central Standard Time in Minnesota. A guy who cares about it, doesn't even know us, might stumble upon it in a month, 3 years. Probably has never read a Bible before, ever. And then maybe because of the way you spoke about God, he goes to a church the next day. That's the message working throughout, it's like something that happened in the past is going to change my future. And then something that could potentially happen is already changing my life. So it's like the idea of like, if you find out your wife's pregnant, the potential future is already changed how you're going to start doing stuff. And then there are some people who believe in that decisions you make now change things in the past. I'm open to it.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how that works, but I'm like, I kind of vibe with it. Because you could be changing, you could be breaking generational curses with things you said yesterday and not ever even be alive to know it.
That kind of reminds me of when people say God sees the past and the present at the same time.
Well, the Bible's a living story, as they say. It's like technically you're living in the Bible. It's just, are we adding the pages?
Yeah, I always tell people, we're living part of the greatest story ever told. And some people call it boring. I'm like, man, nah, you just don't know life enough. Or you just don't. Or like when they call the Bible boring, I'm like, you haven't read it. There's everything you want in the Bible.
Well, and it's just like, well, I can't read the ye's and thous and stuff. It's like, if I just changed all the names and put lasers in it, it'd just be, I don't know, if I put a couple of hobbits and a wizard and a dude with a golden ring, and
Yeah.
I don't know, do you think maybe you'll catch some of the metaphor?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah. It's like, there you go. It's like I said, it's like if we removed it all tomorrow and nobody had ever even heard of the Bible across the world, it's like, how long till we start creating those archetypes again?
Yeah.
The chosen one and destiny and stuff,
I was watching the Planet of the Apes series, not the newest one. I still gotta watch it. But I remember sitting in the movie with my wife, and we were watching the third one. And I was like, I think he's Jesus or Moses. I was like, I think he's Moses. Caesar is Moses. And they do have some Jesus, imagery. That it's a lot of biblical references even in the movie. But I was like, watch. I was like, they're crossing over this so-called road. That's the Red Sea, and even Caesar doesn't make it into the promised land. He dies at the top of the mountain. And when I saw that part, I was like, oh yeah, I knew I was right. I was like, freaking Caesar's Moses.
Well, and you sit there and you're just like, well, yeah, well, they're just ripping it off. And it's like, well, maybe, but at the same time, it's like, did you still get something from the story? It's like,
Yeah.
and it's like, why? It's like, well, because that's an archetype. It's a story that you can relate to because it happens all the time and it makes sense. And it's like, and again, that's where perception comes from. It's just like, a kid will get something different from Toy Story 3 than an adult would.
Yeah.
But it's like, does it make it a different film? It's like, no. It's the same movie. It's there. No matter what happens, it's right there. It's just the way you looked at it. It's different. It's like, I was telling my wife about it last night. It was like, look at the story of David and Goliath. It's like, we could have that story play out tomorrow. It's just perception. It's like, why? It's like, I get it. Fine. Giants don't exist the way that we think of them as like a 13-foot dude. But like, you look at Kevin Hart standing next to Shaq, you don't think that feels like David and Goliath?
Right.
And then it's like, well, okay, well, that's mean. I'm like, well, okay, think of it this way though. How about an 8-year-old trying to dunk on LeBron, like beat LeBron at 1-on-1?
Yeah.
It's like, that's a David and Goliath story, is it not? And it's like, could he win? Oh, maybe. Does he got better fundamentals? Could he say a Malcolm X speech to him and then put LeBron in a in a trance?
Do you watch Naruto? You haven't watched Naruto, do you?
No. I know I know about Hokages and stuff. I'm always one of those guys who's like outside of everything because I find it all interesting. Like, especially if there's a big following of something, I always want to know what's in it. Like, what's going on.
Because what you just said, it reminds me of what they call is talk. Their techniques are called jutsu.
Okay.
Naruto has this thing called talk. It's not actually. It's something the fan base get called talk no jutsu, where like no matter how evil the villain is, at some points he just gives them this speech, and then like it melts their heart, and even if they die, like you're gonna feel something for them. It's just like
they melt their heart. Oh, is it like a care? It's like a Care Bear stare. You like look at them and now they fall.
Yeah, it's something like that, but it's not so campy to where it annoys you. But if you're a fan, you're gonna be like, oh, here we are again. And when he talks, this evil guy, he like chastises them, and then they end up changing their mind in a way, even if they're gonna die.
It's funny. I did do a little research on Naruto for one thing that I found very interesting. And I do this at the gym sometimes. I'm surprised nobody's ever mocked me. Like before I'll do a big lift, I'll do something like this and I'll breathe in a bunch. And I've noticed in Naruto they do
the hand symbols, the hand signs.
You know what those are called?
You have a name for them?
No, there is a name for them. Chakra cleansing and balancing mudras and mantras.
Well, that makes sense because they do with chakras. That's what the energy system is called. It's called chakras.
So you look up mudras, they're yoga. It's yoga stuff. So it's like Eastern culture stuff. And so there's the one I was showing you was one for power.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not joking.
Which
It
is
must.
why the Masons, when they're talking, I actually did that one time. I was at a meeting with some people that I didn't know, and I remember that watching the Illuminati videos, and I put my hands down like that, and for some reason it calmed me, and I was just like, "Oh crap!"
Well, because think about it. Because I get acupuncture,
Yeah.
and in a lot of Chinese stuff, they go. I think they're called like ley lines or something. It's kind of like building shit. And pressure points, right?
Mhm.
Where nerves will meet and things like that. So think about it. You push something here, you can maybe feel it here or somewhere like that. So why wouldn't it be if everything's energy, right?
Mhm.
When you cross different color wires with other wires, you get different power,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
energy would flow. Why do you think maybe we're supposed to always
Pray
pray?
with your hands.
Because when you have um electricity, you need conductors, right? To
Mhm.
create a what? A circuit.
Yeah.
Boom. Creates
Yeah.
the circuit. Could be.
Which
Don't
is why
know.
masturbation is wrong. You're connecting with yourself. You need to connect with your wife.
At the end of the day, especially if you're a guy, you have a dude's dick in your hand and it's gay.
Yeah.
I
Like
don't
I
care if
said
it's
that.
your own.
And I'm not saying I'm guilty. I'm a guy. I'm a sinful man.
We've
A
all been
wretched man.
there. Hedonism, just
But I was like, I compare it to sticking your tongue on a 9-volt battery. Yeah, you'll feel a shock, but it's better when that battery is actually connected to something. Then it's working in its actual purpose, and then you.
well, and it also helps to like think of it on a pragmatic level. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it feels good, but there is a little shame and guilt involved when you're done if you're not becoming a sociopath.
Yeah.
And it is one of those things where it's also like think of your balls as like a progress bar and you're building up
Hmm.
the primordial ooze and there's like strength in that. Literally people call it jizz strength. Guys who have been in sports, I almost said pro sports, but in sports, I guarantee you they've heard it somewhere, a coach or
Coach,
TV
yeah.
or a movie. You never do that in
Before a
any
game.
capacity before a game
Hmm.
because you let go all your animalistic strength. And then when you think about it, you have like zinc, and it's been measured zinc, magnesium, selenium. These are vitamins that make up that juice.
Hmm.
And the idea is like people have seen it in the medical science when a sperm fertilizes an eggs, there's an actual flash,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
zinc flash. And that's like, oh, because it's essentially alchemical. It's so you know that these vitamins and minerals are actually doing stuff. So it's like every time you drain, you're draining your essence out, literally, to where it's like now you have to build that strength back up. It's like saliva. It's like if you keep spitting saliva out, your mouth goes dry, or like eye solution. If you cry too much, eventually all your salt water comes out and
Yeah.
you go to a point where you've drained yourself of stuff you need and you literally become lesser than.
Hmm.
So it's like, why deprive yourself of energy and strength that could be more utilized for the things you care about instead of something that you feel literally good for a second and a half, and then
Hmm.
you carry the guilt at some point in the forefront of your mind to literally it'll start going to the back of your mind where it starts destroying that discernment tuning fork you have,
Yeah.
going blind, if you will, where
Hmm.
even if you can see people's bullshit, you no longer have the righteous indignation to call it out or even judge it because you are now so riddled and corroded
Yeah.
with shame and guilt that you don't
Yeah.
even feel you have the right to say anything.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah.
become nothing. You become just
Yeah.
another
Empty
doofus
shit.
running around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something to think about. It's like, if it's just like, oh, it's bad, but it's like when you have everybody in the world telling you that it's like
Yeah.
not that big a deal, it's like draw your line, man, or other people are going to draw it for you. And you usually don't like where they
Yeah.
draw it.
Come to when I've been consumed with it, I didn't feel it rot in my brain, and it, like just like when you drinking an energy drink, you're like, this is killing me, but I need it at this moment.
Why
It's
does
the
my
same.
heart feel like I just sprinted yet I'm sitting here?
Yeah.
It's just like, well, yeah, because you're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to be
Mhm.
drinking that. It's not made for your body to actually consume. It's like,
Yeah.
and it's like, I don't know why people don't think about that with just everything. It's like, if it goes on your body, it goes in your body.
Mhm.
If your eyes see it, it goes into your brain. If it
Yeah.
goes into your mouth, it goes into your soul. It's like, it just goes, it all works together, man.
Mhm. That's why I try
Yeah.
to look people in the eye. I learned that when I was young, and I try to get my kids to do that too. Cause I'll tell them, like sometimes I feel like you can know, not this doesn't work with everybody. You can know a lot about a person by looking them into the eyes.
Oh,
Like
100%.
a lot of that stuff it shows on the face, and it definitely shows in the eyes.
I called Mr. B. Everybody's finding out about this Mr. B stuff, and I called this the first time I saw him, and it's like, well, he's not the one doing it. I'm like, but he obviously allows
Mhm.
it around him. And I
Mhm.
go, why? Look at him smile. His smile
Yeah.
doesn't reach his eyes. He just smiles, and it's like,
Hotep's been told to call him the ultimate NPC. Oh, I forgot who said it on the show, but there was like he's the like if there's a boss level in a boss battle, that's Mr. Beast. He's the boss level of all the NPCs.
well, dude, you'd almost argue there's like an antichrist for different sections of the world. Like for
Mm.
like everybody has their group. It's like, and I guess maybe not antichrist, but your idol. It's like
Yeah.
you have Elon Musk, who's like the Bitcoin space guy's
Yeah.
idol. I mean, he
Brain chip.
literally wears antichrist armor in his profile
Mhm.
picture. You got Trump, who blasphemes all the time.
Mhm.
You got Barack Obama, I think was that for a little while. You have
Yeah.
Mr. Beast now of because I think that's why they went after PewDiePie so hard, because I think they wanted PewDiePie to be that, and he's like,
Yeah, he
nah.
wouldn't go for it. Yeah.
And he's like, nah. And so you look at Mr. Because I don't give a shit what anybody says. Nobody's actually seen a Mr. Beast video. Like, people know that he did like the Squid Game in real life, or he did
Yeah.
the thing in Africa, or he did the blah blah blah. And it's like, well, why do he's been spending all this money to give everybody blind people see? I'm like, oh, you mean like perform artificial miracles?
Yeah.
Do you think maybe he might be doing that for, to maybe give him clout protection down the road?
Mhm.
It's like, has anybody ever heard of Jimmy Savile?
Yeah. Or even the Bible says it says beware. Basically it says Satan he'll masquerade himself as the angel of light. Like so, yeah, you're gonna do good deeds. Dope old drug dealers who they used to give out turkeys and people thought in Christmas gifts, but they also sold drugs and poisoned your neighborhood. You know what I mean? So it's the same old concept.
Well, what's always the joke? Don't get high on your own supply.
Which is kind of why I kind of respect the mob people for doing that. But no, they sold it to our neighborhood, so I don't. But I get it. It's like darn, they was like, we don't sell certain things, and we're not going to sell it in our own neighborhood.
I mean, if you want it, cartels are probably okay. I'm not really that smart, so I don't take this as gospel or anything, but it's like, I would argue cartels pretty much the definitive like when you think of capitalism, they're doing it.
Yeah,
Like, if you want to believe that capitalism is a thing, you just look at a cartel, because they actually work in supply and demand.
mm-hmm.
Like, cartels squash smaller dealers or they absorb them. They
Yeah,
don't degrade their own area of work. They delegate. They don't overproduce. They don't use their own stuff. It's like,
yeah,
but you look at something like banks and airplanes and a lot of these things that got bailed out, they don't work on supply demand. Too big to fail is not capitalistic.
no,
And that's why I had to talk to a lady the other day about it, because I'm like, the system isn't bad. Like, any system will work with moral people. It's
I
like,
said the same thing. But go
you
ahead,
could
keep
have
it.
a farm stand outside, and if everybody worked on the honor system, you wouldn't have to employ 15 people for security and somebody. and you wouldn't have to do 900 background checks to make sure they weren't stealing money from the till at the end of the night, because everybody would be working on the honor system. But because people don't want to do that, everything requires contingency to make up for immorality. It's terrible.
I said the same thing. I was like, socialism would work, but man's heart is sinful.
What is heaven if not socialist? Like, I hate to say it, but it's like everybody works for the greater good. Everybody works in tandem together through the same Christ consciousness for the sake of enlightenment. But when everybody covets material and wants to have more material, there's a point where everybody starts to kind of deviate from the collective. And once you do that, it's no longer a utopia. Because you lose because once you're doing it about yourself, it becomes of nothing. It's like when you do it for the glory of something outside of you.
Yeah.
It just, by happenstance, it all, if you drink all the water, even if you're full and you have none to water your garden, what happens to the garden?
The garden dies.
Or you have to then hope for the grace of God that it rains.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just that simple. And then the water even becomes corrupt within you because we are of sin. It's like, why? Because pure water comes not coming back out. Pure. You can't water your garden with that if you, you're
gonna piss in your garden.
It's sterile and I like the taste. Man, my onions are extra yellow this time.
Now they're salted. Your ground salted. Hey,
yeah,
go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I'm enjoying this. I don't know what your time frame is. I told you I could talk about anything. Here you are, like, you got anything to talk about?
No, because that's what I was about to bring up. We haven't talked about anything you showed me and you DM'd me about.
Oh yeah. What was the thing I was having you Power Rangers fan?
Yeah, he DM'd me a collection of things, and it hasn't covered one of them yet.
Well, because I was just trying to make a point. It's like,
look how long it took us to get to Mr. Beast. I started this off with Mr. Beast, and I noticed, but I wasn't gonna say anything. But we finally came around to Mr. Beast 10 minutes ago, 2 hours into the conversation.
It's dude, because you go, what the heck are we discussing? And I go, I could probably talk for an hour on anything. I started researching stuff about the blue moon. That was one. Okay, I'll give you this. This is my last autistic run, and then I'll let you decide what we do after that, if you want to call it or not. So, in astrology, or actually, here's a good opener. This was how I had an interaction. I think I sent you this.
Yeah.
This is an interaction with Patriot J. I'm pretty sure you know him on Twitter.
Yeah. That's my dog. I need to get him on here. Patriot J, come on the show.
He's hilarious. I assume he hates me, but he hasn't blocked me, so that's a step in the right direction. I think Hotep Jesus blocked me, but I am kind of annoying, so I get it.
No, I told you you're an a-hole, but I like you.
I can't help it. And so I think this was about the Trump thing, and Patriot J goes, feels like we're watching a movie, man. This all feels too scripted. Yeah. So that's what he posted. And I go, under him, I go, yeah. And the quote unquote action scene at the rally was poorly choreographed.
See, now I would have thought that was funny.
See, and I lulled, and I put a lull. And so then a guy under him goes, I can't tell if you're brain dead or a genius.
See, that's the thing. I know you, so I know if I didn't know you, I would say you're being an a-hole and you're trying to take a shot at.
I told him it's a bit of both. I go, but that's what I was talking about. It's like he's an MMA guy, so he probably would think like, no, it all happened because I care about Trump, or he could be a truther because you know how like some MMA dudes are like flat earthers and stuff, and he could be like, yeah, it was staged, but not in that way. It was the deep state or something, something like that. I go.
Go.
Well, and I go, the thing with me is like, I'm like, could be literally anything. It could be staged for like 500 reasons. You want to know what mine was? I go, I think I sent this theory to my wife where it was too far back to find it, I think. But my theory was, what if, because like it's been proven that certain companies like Disney and stuff are putting out headlines to test the water. They're essentially doing market research. You know, it's like, what if we were going to do Gremlins 4? And then if you see all the comments saying, go fuck yourself, I don't want to see it. Ugh, no. Then they're like, okay, maybe we'll dial back and not make that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah. So I sent this to my wife because it was in my head. And these are the moments where I'm sure she just ignores it completely and just goes, why? So I go, just bear with me. I want to work something out. Going off my idea of potentially needing a war for mass transfer of resources and collateral throughout the world, you know, so to maybe get us on digital and maybe move some gold around and maybe kill off some people, and help move the world, our economy to more digital age. What if this allegedly quote unquote staged assassination was an attempt to test the market? Like with outrageous headlines to see if movies or societal morality is shifting, like quote unquote trans kids, the new normal, or how about Twisters 4, etc.
Yeah.
See how fired up people would actually get if Trump would have died. Could it be powerful enough to get people to literally kill other humans, as well as making the Secret Service look so stupid that they can replace it with a private security company,
Blackwater,
most likely ran by Israel? It's a step to privatizing all security and authority law enforcement agencies, especially starting at the tippy top and working your way down.
Umbrella Corporation is coming.
And then you see Netanyahu doing a speech 2 days ago with 52 standing ovations or whatever. And so I'm like, I do sound kind of crazy. And they're like, John, so you believe that? I go, nope. It was just something that rattled around in my head. And I go,
no. And I put those thoughts. That's what is funny to me, because I'll have those random thoughts like that, and I'll put them on Twitter. And then people get emotional about it. I'm like, you're arguing with me, but I don't even care that much.
Well, and see, I do that too, but I have 605 people, most likely 500 of them being bots following me. So I don't catch any heat because nobody gives a shit. So I'm glad you take it, but I do it mostly so you can look at mine and go, okay, he's nuts too, so it's fine. It's not just me.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, but I also look at like astrology stuff. So this will be my last crazy one for you. So there's this thing called the blue moon that happens according to NASA. Awesome. Other volcanic eruptions have also been known to cause blue moons, including the 1983 eruption of Chican volcano in Mexico and the eruptions of Mount St. Helens in 1981 and Mount Pinatubo in 1991. So apparently, they're like these seasonal moons where it's like the blue moon is like the third moon in a month or something, full moon in a month.
Yeah.
Or it's like a special one that happens like 19 or like, what is it? Like 7 times in 19 years or something. It's just something special. It's an astrological thing that only happens relatively rarely. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, that's interesting. So what's the next blue moon you think? So I go, I'm going to Google.
Is it election day?
Better.
Oh, okay, I just want.
The next blue moon will occur on August 19th, 2024, and it will be seasonal blue moon. A seasonal blue moon is the third full moon in a season that has 4 full moons. Blue moons are rare events that happen once every 2 to 3 years, or about 7 times every 19 years. So then, of course, I posted, I'm like, so any volcanoes getting ready to erupt anytime soon?
Yeah.
So then, even better, I decided to look up anything happen on August 19th of any significance. The Democratic National Convention is scheduled to begin August 19th in Chicago.
Ah, interesting.
And they just happen to be the blue party. That's interesting.
They're going to do a ritual. But go ahead.
Well, you say that. Would you like to know some important births on August 19th? 1946, Bill Clinton.
Blue Party.
1942, Fred Thompson, who was an American politician and actor.
Okay.
This one's even funnier. On August 19th, 1919, Malcolm Forbes. You ever
From
heard
Forbes
of
magazine?
Forbes magazine?
Yeah, Forbes magazine.
There you go. Malcolm Forbes. 1883, Coco Chanel.
She's that old?
French fashion designer founded by the Chanel Company.
In the 1800s?
1883. Born. Remember, born. Not died, born.
I thought she was like 6. I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, the company, think about it. She would have only been, math escapes me, 24, so like 70 after World War II.
Oh, okay.
Like 70 or 80s.
Yeah.
So Coco Chanel, again, fashion company,
Mm-hmm.
French, but ran by Nazis. Anyway, 1871, Orville Wright, American aviation pioneer of the Wright brothers. Interesting, right?
Yeah.
Now, final. This is always good because, Blue Moon, John, astrology. Are you retarded? You Capricorn? Oh. What are major events that happened on August 19th? 1991, which is 1919 encoded, by the way.
Okay.
Race riots break out in the Crown Heights area of New York City.
Oh, snap.
It's not like that's happening a whole bunch right now. 1978, a fire at the Rex Cinema in Abadan, Iran, kills over 400 people. What country does everybody think we're going to go to war with soon?
Iran.
Couldn't be Iran, could it? 1964, world's first geostationary satellite is launched. It's kind of funny that just recently Elon Musk did a press conference saying we were going back to the moon within 5 years and we would have bases on Mars to 7 to 8, I think he said, which was the same thing NASA said right before we went to war in Vietnam.
Oh.
Just going to throw that out there. In 1960, Sputnik 5 is launched by the USSR. The Russians. Oh, it's not like they're in the news doing anything. And then, of course, because it had to happen, on August 19th, 1919, when Malcolm Forbes was born,
Yeah.
Afghanistan gains independence from the United Kingdom.
Oh, okay. It's some.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's why I was just thinking today, I got to learn, what do they call it? Gematria? What's the thing with
the numbers?
Yeah, because I don't believe in it, but they do. Or like,
you'll get kind of lost in it. It's but I do say like things like 33 and stuff in headlines.
Yeah.
Those are usually helpful, like 42 and yeah.
Like when they put 6 and something, even when they put 6 and something, I'm like, oh, of course, 6 million. I'm not saying, I'm not making any claims. That was random. I just put that out there.
Well, Jim Carrey did the number 23 or whatever in that movie. Yeah. That was all about gematria. He's in a lot of esoteric movies. I mean, you look at Truman Show, Flat Earth. You look at Spotless Mind or whatever. That's practically MK Ultra and dreamwalking and memory and stuff. Yeah, I'd recommend that one if you're into esoteric stuff.
Yeah, I'm still learning. I told you I'm a little slow, so I'm late to the party. But have you seen the Adjustment Bureau?
No, but I kind of know about it. Makes sense. It's like, Did
you see what I posted about it?
No,
because I was watching another conspiracy channel, and somebody brought up the Hat Man, which is the shadow, and then I remember their specialty in that movie with like they couldn't go through these doors unless they had their hats on. And that
Yarmulke? No, sorry.
It was a fedora. So I was just wondering like if there was any connection between those two.
Maybe Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it. See, I'm like, I don't want to do all that work. I was such a lazy student.
That dude, that's when you get the earbud and you just listen. And then when they start talking about something important, you archive it and then focus your attention. Because I always tell people, I'm like, I listen to like 10 hours of stuff while I'm working all day. It's like, do you retain all that? I'm like, no.
Oh,
I go, once I start hearing keywords, I'm like, oh, dial in.
yeah,
And then I'll like, timestamp it or take a screenshot of when it happened. And then when I come home, I'll listen to like the 30-minute thing. Like that thing I told you about that I showed you of Zack Snyder.
yeah,
That was like a minute in a 3.5-hour podcast. And that got me literally in bed thinking about AI for like an
yeah.
hour. And then I just Googled battle of AI in the Bible. And that's just, and then you piece the idea of the NPC meme to, iRobot, iPhone, iRobot, iMac.
Mhm.
Even the Incredibles movie had the lowercase I. It's like,
Yeah,
it doesn't mean, it's like, does it all mean something? I'm like, I don't know.
yeah.
I
Or
just
like when
find it interesting.
the lamp jumps on the eye in Pixar. I am being replaced by technology. I think I'm just reaching now, but it could mean something. I don't know. It's interesting. That's what I don't get. Why people get upset when like just this part right here. You have a we're just speculating. You're like, hey, does this mean anything? I don't know. But if you ask those questions, people they call you out of your name, and I don't understand that.
I think it's like a mixture of three things. One, I think it's essentially projection where it's like they don't usually speak unless it's exactly what they believe.
Yeah,
Like it's like, well, I don't just talk. And it's like, is it because you have nobody to talk to?
yeah.
I get, because they always make that meme of like guys would just start a podcast rather than go to therapy. I go, what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, at least this way, it's like, it's not just looking at a wall.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, the therapist tells you like useful stuff. I'm like, I just use it better when the crazy person comes from therapy and then
Mm-hmm.
talks about what they heard on Instagram. And then I just steal that.
Exactly. Let's
But,
like I just learned what they call it, imposter syndrome is.
yeah,
And that's something I discovered I've been struggling with for a while.
it's like I
Just
had imposter syndrome. And then I woke up one day and realized, nah, I'm just an imposter.
And that's the thing is just because you know about it, you still have to do something. It's
Yeah.
like, all right, now, all right, I have imposter syndrome.
Well, it's like
Now what?
it's like an addict who understands his problem. It's like I had that problem forever. It was like I tried to go to therapy a bunch and it just didn't work. It's like, why?
Yeah,
It's like because I could self-analyze. I knew what the problem was. I just didn't have the willpower to fix it. And I
yeah,
didn't have the motivation or want to. And then it's like, and then it's like, what good is me going there and just bringing up something I already know? Because then half the time I'll assume I'm just being talked down to.
yeah,
And then it's just like, but that's like the narcissism trait in it. It's like, well, you went to them for their opinion and then you don't value their opinion. And it's like, exactly. So
yeah,
what it's like, what good is getting, it's like, what do they say? It's like, don't take criticism from someone you don't respect.
yeah, exactly.
And it's like, cause it's useless, it does nothing. And it's, yeah, it's, it's like why we have conversations like this. It's like, because they get mad because we can sometimes speak with a little bit of authority just because of the experiences we have.
Yeah,
And then they get it mixed with the idea of like, oh, so you make a definitive statement here. So then everything you say after that is also definitive. And it's like, no. And
you
it's
are
like,
my twin.
well,
I said that same thing about Facebook. I couldn't understand why people the same thing. We twins, cuz.
well, it's because people live in a binary. You have to have the binary. It's like, oh, so you think the Trump thing was staged? It's like, so you're gonna vote for Biden? I go,
Yeah.
what? No. It's like, I don't even think Biden's real. It's like, what do you mean? I don't think it's the same dude. I think it could be Jim Carrey in a mask. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be
But it's like,
Robin
but
Williams.
what if it is the same? I'm like, all right, I was wrong. It
Cool.
doesn't.
I'm still not voting for him. And
Yeah.
and I still seen him on camera sniffing kids. I'm like, I don't know. Either way, I don't care. It's like,
How you know they want to fake him sniffing kids? He doesn't really.
well, and it's like, it was the same thing I told you. It's like somebody did the meme again that I was making fun of with like, I said, like, 'cause somebody did a freaking headline about like, oh, with Trump getting like surviving a gunshot or something, it's like he's going to appeal to black voters. And people got all pissed off about it. And I just said, yeah, they're going to call him the white 50 Cent. And then it like happened.
Boom. Yeah.
And then I go, yeah, unironically, they will. And it's like, well, why? And I go, it's not just a black thing. It was like all these like MAGA retards were like talking about how happy they were, like almost in glee, talking about how their guy was going to be a felon. They're like, I would much rather vote for a felon. So I guess that's where we're at. And then Kamala comes up and then somebody goes, oh, great. So either we're voting for a felon or a prostitute. And I go, yeah, we're not a proper country.
Banana.
And I go, and it's like, well, we have to. It's like, you're either going to get beaten by the rod or the chain. Which one do you want? I go, neither. It's like, I don't have to play your stupid game.
Yeah.
Well, you have to, though. It's like, no, I don't. I'm at a point where I think it's consent. I think it's gotten so stupid that if you can't see it, I think you're a toddler.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, stage, I don't care about the stage stuff. I go, they're morally like horrible people.
Yeah.
And I go, I don't want anything to do with either of them.
Exactly.
The lesser of two evils is still evil.
Exactly.
And I go, I'm not going to participate. Well, it's your political duty to do. I'm not in politics. Oh, well, if you had the right, they let women vote. It means nothing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's true.
But it's like, it is really the joke of just like, I go, guys, they told you your vote doesn't count. It's like, when they never even, they called Obama as president on national television, on international television, before Florida was even counted. They knew that. Well, it didn't matter. He was still going to win regardless. Your vote didn't matter, though.
Yep.
It's like, why? It's like, so you're saying I need to get out there and vote, but what if I was stuck in the parking lot and you called it? Yeah, but your vote mattered, though. It's like,
no, it doesn't.
What? And then it's like, and that's why they push this democracy like vernacular. It's like constitutional republic. It's like the problem is we're not being represented. That's the problem. It's like, well, I don't like the Electoral College. You would like the Electoral College if it was consistently representing the district it was actually a part of.
Yeah, but it is.
It's like America is predominantly white people. So why doesn't the leadership reflect that?
Yeah.
It's like in China, look at what their leader looks like.
That's why all these Indians in power. My boy Haji, shout out to Haji. He's the guest before this. But I was like, what's up with all these Indians in power?
It's the UK's trying to take them back. They want, because the Indians are the Mexicans of Europe. They need the labor force.
They're even here in America. Like,
well, yeah, but we need somebody to like, answer our phone calls and give us bad advice.
Man, nah, I'm telling you, I had to pee a lot on the way back. Where the heck was I coming from? You threw me off. We were coming back from somewhere, I think Florida. Oh yeah, we were coming back from Charlotte. So from Charlotte to where I am in Georgia, I kept having to stop and pee. And so each time I had to get out, I was just getting off at random stops throughout that drive. In each store, there was an Indian. I'm like, how the freak did an Indian find this spot? Because I'm thinking it'll be just like some old white lady or some old black lady.
I'm telling you, we don't get back until the Nordics take over.
I've seen.
We need the Vikings.
I've seen Villain Saga. It's terrible. Then the stereotypes about. I'm not gonna say what I want to say because I don't want to offend white people.
Made forged in the Ukraine.
Oh yeah.
Right when the war was popping off, I got it off Etsy.
Oh, that's dope. I have a thing for swords, but I don't own any of them.
Oh, this thing is awesome. Dude, if I actually sharpened it, I could legit. I actually intend to buy another one, and I'm gonna sharpen it. And this is what I intend to split wood in my backyard with.
Nah, that's dope.
The thing is legit. Yeah,
I
I'm
think
a
what
bit
I'm
of a
gonna do.
nerd.
I'm gonna ask my wife if she's okay. Baby, you okay with me collecting swords? She was about to say do whatever you want, but she know that's a trigger word for me because I know do whatever you want doesn't mean do whatever you
Yeah.
want.
Just hey, you don't have to reload a gun. It would be cheaper. You don't have to buy as much ammo.
Exactly.
I'm just saying.
And I was
No,
in
see,
Boy Scout.
that's when you buy samurai swords, so you can get the smaller katana, and then you just give her that, and you're like, you can use that in the kitchen. See, we both get something.
Yeah, and then you stereotypically put her in the kitchen. I like that.
Let's be fair, she probably does do better work over the stove than you. Come on.
Nah, because I'm a scientist. I experiment in that.
All
So
right.
I'm willing to goddamn. I just try stuff.
Same. It's like, what's a recipe other than an instruction manual? Then
Yeah.
it's like, come on now, directions. I'm good, but dude, my wife is crushing on sourdough.
Someone gave me a recipe. I have to make it. I haven't even made it. Who gave me that? Abby Libby. Abby Libby gave. Shout out to Abby Libby if she ever sees this. I don't know if she ever will, but she gave me a sourdough recipe, and I haven't made it yet. So I'm sorry. I did have one person. I know his name, Brody McFarland. Shout out to Brody. He gave me a chili recipe, and I made that last year. It was delicious. But I can't give it out because it's his award. He's won awards with his chili, and I made some at the house, and it was delicious. It was a whole freaking pot full. I ate it for like 4 or 5 days.
It seems like guys do have their like top 5 things they do, and and no matter who you are, there's like 1 or 2 things that line up against like all dudes. It's like I have a chicken lasagna recipe that I like. I got chili, of course.
Yeah.
I put carrot rings in mine.
I've never had that.
I put carrot rings in it.
That's that white side coming out.
And I'm a bean guy. I put tons of beans in. That's the Mexican
That's
side.
the Mexican side.
And then the Midwest comes out.
Yeah.
We dip cinnamon rolls in it.
Cinnamon rolls in it. No wonder you were obese 3 times in your life.
Bruh.
And I thought I was gonna ask you about cornbread. I like cornbread and chili, but
honey jalapeno cornbread, or I don't want it.
Honey jalapeno. We've done the jalapeno. We like jalapenos, but I don't think it's already sweet. It's black people cornbread. It's already sweet.
You mean I can't? And sweet potatoes, you miss me.
You don't like sweet potatoes?
Miss me.
Yeah,
you see, I'm bad, and I don't know. Garlic mash. That's me.
I don't even know what that is. That sounds Irish. That's Irish.
Probably. It's just garlic mashed potato. You just get
garlic mash.
Preferably you get the red ones though. It's got to be the purple ones or red ones, whatever you want to call. Oh, is that Fenris? Hey, buddy. It's the silver one's Fenris Sulfur. He was the second one we got.
You got him all these goddamn Celtic names.
Yeah, he was. Well, we were gonna call him Loki, but then I was like, everybody and their mom calls their animals Loki right now.
Yeah, they really do.
And then that was when the Loki show was coming out, which was like an abomination. And so I was like, but I want to give him a cool like Nordic name because the other one I made him Jewish. I named him Morty. So I was like, what do we call him then? And so I called him Fenris. Fenris Sulfur. It's the Loki's wolf. Because he looked like he had like the little white snout. He looked, I'm not joking, kind of looked like the wolf that they used in Thor Ragnarok, the CGI one.
Yeah.
And he kind of looked like that. And I was like, that was kind of interesting for a cat because he was like way more slender and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I was like, let's go with that. And so we just shortened it to Fenris. And I was like, and I also kind of like, I like names that are a little different, but I don't want them to be like, goof. I don't know. I'm not calling him T'Challa or something.
Oh, why? Because he's black?
Well, he's gray. I didn't want to appropriate, but like, I got I named Morty because it was when I was still into Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, well, I want to get a name that kind of works. And I'm always about, I need the name to have 2 syllables. That's my biggest distinction.
Yeah.
So just because it's better to call them, because just one sound doesn't get their attention. You need both.
That's what I heard.
Oh, dude, it works. Like, because I'll just go, hey, Morty.
Yeah.
And he'll just come. He'll come straight to the door. He'll show
Yeah.
up. And then, so I was like, oh, that's good training just in case I ever lose him outside. He'll actually come to me. And then, but then Hannah would have this thing where you have the name, but then you have to have like the big, long, goofy name. Because there was one that they called Katie Kitty, but then her name was like Katie Kitty Liddy Lottie Lou or something. And I'm like, I'm not saying all that.
That's a white people joke.
Right now, I'm identifying with the Mexican side in case.
Yeah.
Here, I'll change my light so I look more Mexican. There we go.
Oh, you got to put the orange on it.
I was outside for a bit.
It's either that or the Middle East. You're either Mexican or Middle Eastern when they put the orange.
No, then I got to be Nordic. There we go. No, I get called Persian or Greek like all the time. I think it's the nose.
No, I would. No, if your nose was bigger, I would have said not Jewish. I would have said what they call them? What are those guys called?
Ashkenazi?
No, I think they're like Italians, or they are Italian. They're not Italian. They're
Sicilian.
Sicilian. How you know?
Isn't that just Italian?
It is, but they say it like it's something different. But Sicilian, yeah.
Wow.
Is that what those are?
Yeah, I think so. But
Okay.
then what's her face took it? Cardi B? Who was it?
Oh, okay, because I thought Watt
Nicki
was
Minaj?
Polish. What's a Polish?
Polak, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
No, I think I'm confused with.
I thought they just made fun of him about light bulbs and shit.
Yeah, no, I just remember he said he took the walk to Poland, which was walk was a term for lean. I'm learning all these newfangled words. I thought we just called it drink. You know, I knew the sub. I didn't know it was called walk. I'm learning.
Dude,
keep up.
Does your wife ever engage you in like esoteric, like crazy cryptid shit? Like ever?
No, she'll let me talk about it. She thinks I'm crazy. I have to, but she'll listen to me, which is why I love her. She lets me be crazy, and she just sits there and enjoys it. I don't know if she enjoys it, but she entertains me, and that's all I need.
I need to figure out how to tone my shit down, because she hit me up because she was listening to a podcast while she was working, and a cryptid thing came up, and it was talking about the flood that got rid of the Nephilim and the giants, and I go, oh yeah, no, because I'm like, I think I subscribe to that, like the whole Book of Enoch thing. I was like, I don't know if the book is real, but I think the fallen angels, like I got into the whole thing about, you know, how craters don't have like tails, they don't have like trail lines, they're just like perfect impact. And then people were talking about how like, well, a lot of those craters were actually named, and then it kind of lined up with how many angels they said had fallen, and I go, oh yeah. I was like, interesting. And then so then I was like, oh, okay, so then Book of Enoch said that they were all having like kids with the people, and things were getting weird, and bestiality, and blah, 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 blah. And so then Noah's flood was to hit the reset button on all that. And so then I started getting into, well, I wonder, so then the mud flood is different then. And she goes, what the hell is the mud flood?
Tartaria stuff.
Yep. And then I got into a whole thing, and then I was just like, oh, because I juggle too much of it too fast, and then she gets really mad at me, and I'm like, I get it. I sound really autistic. Yeah,
I know she doesn't want to hear all of it, but I can drip a little bit here. You can't just flutter with it. You got to drip a little bit, and then she'll listen.
See, but I don't got a ton of friends, so like what's happening here with you is like I could do this all day. Like it's bad. I can just go until I lose my voice.
And then my wife, she told my son does the same thing when he's interested in something. And I didn't notice it at first until she told me. And then when I see my son when he's telling me he's excited about something, I'm like, crap, I do that.
You said doo doo. I don't know what it is, man. I think it might be having all the online friends. I think that's what it is. Not having like real life friends. And you at least get a little outlet at work. Mine, I'm like, I am pretty much solo. Like it is me just kind of doing my own route. Like, and I look at people as a hindrance to my job, not as like coworkers. So I'm like,
Yeah.
ugh. I'm like, it's just not good. And I told her, I'm like, it's hard for me because I don't have the perspective of how insane I am, because I'm listening to people that believe this or teach this for 10 hours a day. So all I'm doing is listening.
Yeah.
So then it's like, I got to get it out. It's like
Yeah.
a rain barrel. It's like some point it just spills.
That's like I listen to this guy called Days of Noah. I've been listening to his stuff for years, and he's done some extensive stuff on transhumanism. He comes from a Christian perspective, and so a lot of his streams go about 4. It's funny because he'll start like, "We're not gonna go that long tonight," and then you look. I look at the timestamp, and it's like 4 hours and 13 minutes. And so he's done something that's 6 hours. So like at least in 1 week, I'll get about 4 to 6 hours worth of knowledge on that stuff. And over 50 weeks, that adds up. And so I don't retain all of it, but I know enough to where I can connect a few dots.
Well, and it's
then-
funny. Well, I mean, think about it. If you're passionate about it, you'll care a little more, so you will retain it just naturally. 2,
Yeah.
you'll seek it out, so you'll not get sick of it. And then I'm like, what is college?
Yeah.
You're listening to somebody do the exact same thing, except you're less attentive. Most of the lectures you have probably don't actually pertain to anything you care about. And you can't do it every day. You're usually stacked every other day, like your Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes, or Tuesday, Thursday classes, and it's like, I told my sister, I was like, I know you're a head nurse, but when it comes to vaccines, you only learn which ones you're supposed to use and how you distribute it. I learn everything that's in them when I cared. I'm like, I would do 25 hours in like 4 days on it. And it's like, that's probably how much you would do in a semester.
Exactly.
And I did it in the course of a week. And it's like, well, why? It's like, because I'm autistic and I care. And it's like, it's just what I want to know about. And it's like, I'm like, I could name you, dude, it's why I got crazy about the rabies thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
I'm telling you. It's like, it's just because I'm like, I just know stuff and I retain it. And I keep my memory because I don't drink fluoride.
Yeah, I gotta work at it. My memory, like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's certain. It's just mostly names.
Yeah.
It's weird. I can't remember. I'm getting worse with names. I'm like, I know this guy, and I know his name, but I can't remember it worth the crap. Or like shows I watch, because I've watched so much anime. Like I'll look at a screen. I'm like, I know I've seen that show. I remember watching it, but I don't know what it's about. And sometimes if I see a scene, I'm like, oh yeah, this is when he does this and that. But it's gotten to the point I'm like, man, I think I done crammed my brain with too much nonsense.
I think it's binge watching. I think that's what's doing it.
Probably. Is that binge watching bad?
Well, my thing is because the seasons will bleed, so you don't have it's like GPS. It's like driving. You don't have landmarks.
Yeah.
Because like with Netflix, it's like if it didn't tell you it was the season 2 finale,
yeah,
you would have no idea.
Yeah.
Like if I was watching Breaking Bad, I would just know, oh, that was the episode so and so died. It's like, well, what season was that? I don't know.
Yeah. Another thing I noticed too, that something that helps me connect with movies, the ones that I remember more, I can connect with them emotionally.
Oh yeah.
Like I can get emotionally invested in the movie and I can remember more stuff, but stuff that I can't feel nothing for the characters, I won't remember it.
Well, I think that's just everything in general.
Yeah.
Usually
Well,
it's like, it's like, yeah, but John, aren't you racist? I'm like, I would tell right now definitively, I think my favorite comedy movie ever made is Cool Runnings.
Oh yeah. Mine used to be Coming to America, but I think, what did I say? Probably Tropic Thunder. I never get to. Oh, Blazing Saddles. Tropic Thunder or Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles are good. I like Heavyweights too. The ones with the kids go to fat camp.
Which is what you brought up. What were you saying about that too? Let's go ahead and let's go into that.
I think it's one of the best family comedies ever made.
Well, tell me why. Let's hear it.
Well, it's the idea of it was like not necessarily fat acceptance, but at the same time it was teaching you to like just not be a prick. And then you had like Ben Stiller was hilarious. And
Yeah.
dude, he's essentially the dude from he replays the character in
Dodgeball.
Dodgeball.
Yeah. When you
And
were
it's like,
saying it, just popped in my head.
well, it has all the stuff that you wanted, like back in the day. It had the diverse cast. It showed all these guys who could be friends, and it showed you about fat camp and stuff. And it just showed you that it's not a bad idea to kind of care, but at the same time, it's like, better yourself, and here are good reasons why, and then it was just funny. I just thought it was hilarious.
That makes sense because that's kind of see how I think. I think a lot of us, a lot of us, some people we get self righteous and we express the gospel in a. You can't just go up to a girl and say you're a whore. Like she might be, but let's go about it a different way. Let's say, hey, do you have daddy issues? Not like that. You can't ask it like you can't ask it like that. But like,
who hurt you?
Go about it, but show a little grace. You know what I mean? It's like you don't have to.
Well, it's just getting to know that. It's like, is this like the only skill you think you have? Is this your worth? Like, is this all you find worth in, or is it just because it all stems to two things. You're either doing it because you are spiritually trying to get back at something, like take power over the trauma that controls you, or it's monetary. Yeah. It's like, because a lot of people don't degrade themselves for anything other than because they feel they should be degraded, or they do it for money.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the biggest motivators in the world? Shame and money and fear. Shame, money, fear.
That shame and that fear can go, they lock up in place.
Well, it's usually two of the three usually where it's like, I am fearful of not having money. Why? Because without money, I will not have this. Then it's shame. Well, it's like, well, if I don't have those things, I'll be looked upon poorly, literally. If I don't have money, like if I don't have those special shoes, I'll be made fun of at school, which is a source of money. And then why is money the root of all evil? Because it's material. It's a representation of material.
Yeah.
Because what is a dollar in any sense? What is that? It's your labor and your time.
Yeah.
Told by an external source what the value is.
Yep. Nowadays, you don't even have the dollar. It's just the numbers on the computer. It's a 0 and a 1.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like even a $20 bill, it's like value versus worth.
Mm-hmm.
It's what we'll fight to that'll be the question posed till the end of the time. It's like, when your dollar means nothing, silver and gold seem more valuable, but what's their worth? It's like
that's like when people today, they're like, yeah, I bought my house at $90,000. Now I can sell it for $330,000. I'm like, yeah, it has, the price has gone up, but has the value of the house actually gone up?
God, a guy was talking about it. He's like, the real inflation is time and effort.
Mm-hmm.
That's the real inflation. It's when your money is a representation of the things you can get for your labor, for your time, for your effort. When prices inflate, you have to then sacrifice more of your time and more of your effort to get back what you already thought was it. So like when your gas doubles in price, it's not really your dollar or the gas or any of that. It's your effort and your time away doing things you would prefer to be doing. You're doubling that to get the same amount out of the gas that you normally would get. Because your tank doesn't get any bigger. Your tank in your car doesn't get any bigger or smaller. It's how much time and effort you have to release to fill that.
Yeah, and the gas isn't getting higher quality. I think it's actually more stepped on. I think. So, did y'all put water in this?
Yeah, right. It's like, where's that engine that runs on water? It's like magnets, bitch. It's like, it's I've always said if you want to learn what your money actually is, it's baseball cards. It's just,
explain that one.
Your $20 bill is only worth what the guy across the counter from you says it's worth.
Oh yeah.
It's like, why? It's like, again, COVID taught me this. It's like you can have $20 in your pocket, but if you go in there and they tell you they're not accepting cash, you might as well wipe your ass with it. You might as well eat it. It's like, and then it's like, well, gas is okay. No, even better, a bottle of water. Bottle of water when it's raining, how much is that worth to you? How much value even does it have?
A lot
Not
less.
much. But if you're in the desert and it's been 3 days since you've drank water, how much is a bottle of water worth? How much value does it have?
Yeah, very valuable.
Then find your definition. And then once you realize what that is, that's your fundamental to figure out what economy is.
That's why when people say wealth, it's like you define what wealth and success is. Like it isn't always what you see someone else have. Like I've had people tell me even on the podcast, they're like, "Man, you got a wife and kids. Like that's wealth in itself." Because some people they've squandered their time and they get into the 50s and they want kids, but they don't even have a relationship with another woman. So they're like 50-year-old man, no wife, no kids, and it's like, but they have all this money, but they still feel empty.
Yeah. And well, I mean, you even use the comparison of wealth to success. It's like, does wealth make you successful? Like you could fail at building a kid's tree house, but you still have the tree, you still have the skill set to try again, you still have the time to try, you still have the kid to build it for. Those are things you have. It's like let's see, when you're learning how to play soccer, it's like you didn't win the game, you weren't necessarily successful, but you still had the time to play, you had the working limbs to play it, you had the friends and family to come watch you, that kind of stuff. It's like you get to a point where it's like, I'm successful.
Yeah.
Who's defining success?
Hey, that's a little scary because now you're going to say there's no winners and losers, and then everybody gets a participation trophy.
Well, the idea is that winning and losing is only within the parameters.
Yeah.
What are you winning? What is a win?
Yeah.
Because somebody said you either win or you learn, and it's like, okay, so what does winning mean? Winning means you could even say it's triumphing over an opponent. Okay. What if your opponent is yourself? What is winning? Performing the task? That's a win. Dude, we say that shit all the time online. It's like a joke. Here's your W just by having a good take. Or here, L. Oh, you're voting for Kamala? L. Here's your L, sir. And that's a loss. And you're like, what did I lose? Again, best thing I've ever heard is your booze mean nothing. I see what makes you cheer.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
I think, dude, it's like I want to put that on my grave. Like it's so good.
That's how I feel about the. See, she makes me upset because I'm like, you guys don't even like her. You didn't like her. Why did y'all act like y'all like her when she was getting drugged through the mud by Tulsi Gabbard, which people probably don't even remember that. You didn't like her. She didn't poll well. And then for some reason, Joe Biden, which I know the reason, she was a DEI hire, Joe Biden pulled her out the mud, shined her up real nice, and said, she's going to be my vice president. And then she, for the whole 10 years of vice president, she basically hid. She came out and made a few incoherent speeches that were
just cackling through.
Yeah, cackling, and she repeated like the same stuff over and over. And then I don't know if Biden's alive or not. Now people are acting like she's the best thing since sliced bread, and I'm just upset.
Oh, easy. It's because a lot of those people are so vacant. They aren't being they're being puppeted by something else. They're not being puppeted by what they want. It's by what they hate. They're not for Kamala, they're against Trump. They're not for Kamala, they're for what the ideals she thinks she represents. They don't care if she can speak a coherent thought or if she's actually black or Korean or a woman or anything. It's what do I get from this?
Yeah.
Is it a free healthcare? Is it abortion? Is it getting to put her sign in my lawn and collect virtue for voting for the side that I deem to be correct. You got to remember, both sides are saying it's nice to be for the team on the right side of history. Both sides are saying that. And it's like, I've made the joke where all the Trump tards, are
sorry, not sorry.
They're sharing that stupid picture of his fist in the air that looks pretty awesome, almost like it was
staged.
shot by the same guy who shot the time that guy was telling President Bush about the towers and the Doug Mills. What?
Really?
Same guy?
I didn't know that. That's news to me.
Yeah, same dude. And
the guy has the best luck in the world.
Or he might have been the one who took the one that had the bullet in the air. Alleged bullet.
Yeah.
Either way, it was the same. It was the same guy, and it's like, what are the odds? and then, oh no, the one that Trump. Her name was Anna Moneymaker.
Who? The lady?
Yeah, Anna Moneymaker. So
like Wayne, kind of like Wayne Sexton. You remember that?
Kinda. I just find it funny that they're merchandising that photo, making people a lot of money. But I get it. Moneymaker's a name. I get it.
And his name is his name was Michael Crooks or something Crooks.
Thomas Crooks.
Thomas Crooks. This is too easy.
Well, and like I said,
Disney movie.
And like I said, the whole point is it doesn't even matter what the story is. It's how much does it change and how badly do you want it? It's like, because even if you found out it was not true 15 weeks from now, would you still vote the same? Probably. The story's irrelevant. It's whether or not you feel you're justified in the decisions that you're making. It's like a football team. Like, you really care that Tom Brady deflated balls if your team won? He still got the trophy. And it's like,
I try to tell people, go ahead. Because I'm like, they're like, the NFL's rigging. I was like, I know. But I want them to rig it for the Falcons. That's the team closest to us.
See what I'm saying?
I'm the same, because I keep telling people, like, it's politics. I was like, politics is professional sports. I was like, so when you see me have on a MAGA hat in a picture, that's me with the Falcons hat on as well. I don't play on the team. Whether they win or lose, I still got to go back to my job in my 20.
Nope. I'm not for a team. I'm against the behavior. It's like, it's bad behavior. I don't care who's doing it. It's well, and it's just like, it's like you look at the like the Trump side, and it's just like, well, he's like the second coming of David, and they're like the like Netanyahu and them are like making him like some messiah or something, and I'm just like, that's weird.
And I'm over here calling him Griffith. Wait till you don't know Griffith. You got to watch Berserk. It's a big graphic.
Oh, okay.
It's a graphic novel I watched the anime. It's crazy how great of a story doesn't get a good anime adaptation. But Griffith, he starts off as this band of like, small band of like mercenaries. Mm-hmm. And he seems like a good guy. Everybody likes him. They love him. He seems nice. But he has his own devious plan. He wants to be a king. And he'll do anything to get it. And you start to learn.
If I remember correctly, I believe there was a sect of Vikings that they called them the Berserkers.
It's called Berserk. I mean, it's probably over the same thing. And it's man, I'm telling you. Because I'm just now
finishing that, because I know the guy died, but he said that he'd left the ending for one of his dudes that he trusted or something.
Maybe it's actually it's funny because people are like, why because Christian I really have noticed I'm Christian, but Christians have a freaking, for some reason that story draws in a lot of Christians, even though the author was anti-Christian. I was like, yeah, but I think one Benjamin called it logos.
Oh, logos, yeah.
When there's logos in it, you can be attracted to it. Now, I don't care if you say you hate. I mean, I do care if you say you hate God, but it's like,
well, let me put it. I mean, no offense, but a lot of times, who better to learn about God than somebody who hates him?
Yeah.
It's like,
that claims he doesn't exist, but
well, what do, like in football, like what do opponents do?
They watch film of their opponent.
They study
Like,
they study their opponent. So there's a point where it's like, if you could, like, the only people that are mad at people who question their beliefs
Mhm.
are people who can't defend them.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, it's like I said, it's like the cancer thing. It's like, well, I survived cancer. Why? I can't believe he's out here lying about it. And it's like, what's it take away from you?
Mm-hmm.
It, like, you know, that person, if you believe in judgment, he'll be judged and he'll get what he's getting.
Mm-hmm.
He, like, you think that guy's going to have a really nice life if he's willing to do that kind of stuff? It's like, what do you need to spend your energy on? Like, why do you got to do that? It's like, you used yours and you won. Be grateful that you won and you didn't have to lie about living again. You know, it's like, I beat cancer. It's like, that's awesome. And it's like, well, he's stolen valoring my it's like, really? Like, why? It's like, he's just shitty. It's like, then call him shitty and move on. You know, it's like, dude, it's like politics. It's the same thing. It's like, they're burning American flags and they're taking that stuff down. It's like, I get it. Don't be a what? Like, if they come to your house and try and take your flag off your property, like, go nuts, defend your property, go crazy. But I'm like, if you're just mad because the flag's burning, I'm like, I gotta tell you something. I have a feeling that in war and stuff, a lot of flags fell, a lot of things, and it's like, you know, do you have that same energy when a girl's wearing an American flag bikini?
Exactly. Which that is actual, what they call it, defamation of the flag. Well,
I mean, even just
desecration.
You know, and it's like, I get it. It's like, am I going to be like so crazy? It's like, well, you don't want the apparel. I'm like, it is kind of funny that it's just like, the stars and stripes are literally on her ass.
Yeah. Don't let it be a thong on a crotch.
It's like, would you have a problem if I took the flag down that's made in China and wrapped it like a diaper around me to go swimming? Well, yeah, that would, dude. I got in a fucking fight with my mom the other day about, because it was like, my niece is like 16 and we were talking about how she dresses and how I'm like, just, can you guys like police that a little more? And I was like, because I don't like this weird society that just because of where you're located somehow removes indecency.
Yeah.
It was this thing with Twitch streamers where they would wear bikinis on stream to play video games, and then they started like kicking them off and like banning them because they're like, that's lewd.
Yeah.
And so, like, a couple of girls got around from it. They would stream it like the beach, and they're like, well, you're at the beach, so it's fine. Wearing a bikini, it's fine. So they would live stream there, nothing would happen. So a couple of girls started getting hot tubs, like inflatable pools, and filling them up in their room, and they would sit in the inflatable thing, wear the thing, and then play video games, and they wouldn't get banned. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
So then I go, okay, so why is it inappropriate here and here? Then I go a little bit farther. I go, if you got an American Eagle bra and panty set that looks like a swimsuit, where are we going? Can she wear the Victoria's Secret underwear at the beach? They go, well, no, that's underwear. I go,
it's the same as a bikini.
I'm like, literally covers the same amount of everything. Like the pink underwear, it's the same material. The only difference is there's what, like the little padding inside to. I'm like, that's the only difference. And they're like, well, yeah, I'm okay. So, but it's okay to wear that at the beach then. Well, yeah. Okay. Can they wear that to school? Well, no, it's not appropriate. Okay, fine. Can they wear that at the public park? It's recreation. Well, is there a pool? And you see, cognitive dissonance starts floating in. And then it's like, okay, how old? I quit lifeguarding because of this question. Yeah. There was a point where these girls were wearing, and I'm like 5 feet tall at like 18. And some of these girls are getting to like 6 feet, you know, maturing faster, wearing that kind of stuff. And I go, I'm out. I'm tapping out. Yeah. Creepy, weird. I don't like it. I'm out. And and then you have like, and now that stuff, you go to the gym, it's like worse almost now. And it's like, I go at some point, like you guys, like if they weren't in the gym, if they were just walking in the mall with that, like you're cool with that. And the answer is becoming yes, by the way. And it's like, I go, where does it end? And I go, if I was wearing a Speedo, what would you guys say?
Yeah, they be shut. You get strange looks like, hey man, what the heck are you doing?
And it's like, well, yeah, but you're a guy. And then it gets to a point where it's like, yep, here we go, slippery slope. It's not a fallacy, it's a real thing. And I go, but see, I'm the person who poses these questions and people get pissed off. And it's like, well, it's because I don't want to change the way I act. And it would also then require you to have pushback moving forward because you don't believe in that behavior. And the minute you realize you're against that behavior, every single time you condone it, it pisses you off even more. It's totally what it is. It's like, it's like when I stop drinking, I go, you can't be drunk in my home. I'm like, you can drink, but like you have 1 or 2 beers. I'm like, that's cool. But I'm like, we're not having liquor in the house for Christmas and stuff. Like I'm not playing. And it's like, well, why? I'm like, because I've seen you guys. You can't be trusted. And it's like, oh, that's just me. And I'm like, okay.
And I don't want that.
Give me 3 Christmases where you don't screw up or act annoying or break something.
Yeah.
That's enough consistency where I'll allow it. But after that, no. And you have to not drive home drunk because I won't be privy to that. And they get to a point where I'm just like, cool. And it's like, why? It's like, because I've been that dude. I'm like, I am judging you now because I have the capacity to do so, because not only do I have the experience, but now I can tell you that I don't even engage in it.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing it as a way to shame you. I'm doing it a way to try and tell you that this is bad. I'm like pleading with you almost. It's like, this is like, I'm trying to benefit you. You don't have to listen to me, but I'm not coming from a point of, it's almost like authority, but not authority. It's weird. It's weird to say. It's just like experience.
Because they still have a choice. They can choose not to. They can choose to get. You just have to do. That's where free will comes in. Yep. You have the free will to do it. You just can't do it here. There's consequences for each decision you make.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's for everybody. It's like, I'm not just doing it for you. It's like, so I know the kids aren't getting driven home by drunk parents, or you say something you don't mean, or or maybe you don't have the money and you're spending it too much, or for all I know, I'm helping you out, and I don't want to deal with you. So we win on both sides.
I didn't realize until I got sober how annoying drunk people are.
Oh, dude, I'm awful. I was awful. I was very bad at it.
I was like, is this how I am? Just dealing with them. I'm pretty sure my wife can tell me stories. I don't, it is what it is.
Oh, I'm just trying to put that behind me so fast. It's just like, yep, it was not pretty. I'll hold on to the stories just so I can I'll be like the ghost of drunkenness past and just be like, don't do what I did.
I'm glad we didn't have like videos like that back. I mean, we had video. The camera phones were just coming out, but that video footage is grainy, and I still have a few pictures here and there, but it's nowhere near like how it is today, where everything's on Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, all that mess.
Well, and it's like, I already hate my voice as it is, and then it's like, God, can you imagine listening to playback of your drunken voice? It's like, ugh. It's like, I really can't stand it. I'm like, I ruined a beautiful moment. It was snowing so pretty, and then I just had to swear like 5 times and slur my words. Man, good job, me.
That's the stupid thing too, because you're like, no, I'm good. I know I'm speaking clearly, and then like you say, you hear, you like, what the?
Everybody likes the smell of their own fart. Same thing when you're drunk. I'm fine. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. I'm crushing it. I'm hilarious. I'm not talking too loud. You're listening too loud.
You just reminded me all the time people like chill out, and you're like, nah, man, I'm good. Like, nah, you're the one tripping.
Why are you talking so loud? Maybe because I don't think you listen properly. I want you to hear me.
I take nah, because that what pisses you off when you don't think you're that drunk. People tell you drunk, and then you're like, I ain't even that. Like, maybe,
Well,
maybe.
because it almost does become a point of pride. It's like, I know for a fact I had like 15 shots last week and I didn't die. What's 8? I'm fine.
I can get a lot drunker than this. What do you mean?
Are you questioning my capabilities? Challenge accepted.
Now I will go from the 4th loco to the 5th loco.
Oh my god. Ugh.
That's what I was known for. If you around here, that was my thing, because it was cheap and it did the job.
Bro, Everclear. Are you kidding?
Oh yeah, we did when we made the hunch punch, and it's crazy. My mom put me on that, but love you, mama.
It was cheaper. I was just trying to save money. That's all.
Yeah, you put the fruit and the punch and the freaking put in that big old cool. What those? You know those big.
Oh yeah, and get the sugar foot.
Yeah.
I know. I am as Iowa is not much different than the South, dude.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just we speak better.
Man, I tell you,
we don't speak as with much soul, as they would say.
Country, man. Like
yeah,
I didn't.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have that. We don't have that Southern hospitality. And we don't have as much sugar in our sweet tea.
At least you still got both your feet. No, I still got both my feet right now too. I've been chilling.
Man, you think how hard do you think it is for a hobbit to get diabetes and lose a foot?
I mean, I don't know, because they're short, but they got such a big foot.
That's some big ass feet.
Yeah, they do drink a lot. Man, see, you got me thinking about fictional characters. But no,
it's like who would win in a fight?
I've been listening to Conspiracy Appeal too, and like I always tell people, I was like, I haven't done enough research. I have pieces of a puzzle that I think may form a picture, and the way they've done their research, they do the research and have the picture.
You keep alluding to it. What is the conspiracy theory you're talking about?
That's PJ Williams and Abby Levy. They have if you haven't watched it, go watch it. I think PJ actually followed me first, and I didn't know he had a podcast, and he would like some of my stuff, and I decided to. I think I followed him back first, just because he would pop up in my on my notifications, and so I was like, oh, he has a podcast. Let me check it out, and I checked out one, and then I've been addicted. I'm addicted to them. Every week they drop one. I'm on there. They're on Rumble. They drop more stuff on Rumble than YouTube, because they're demonetized on YouTube. But they do a lot of research, and they've talked about everything from like the Titanic to all kinds of cryptids, sky whales, freaking, you got your MK Ultra stuff, but they've done some solid research, and it was, you get dragons and dinosaurs, and I had already been thinking of something. I was like, there's something to these elves and dwarves, and there's something to it.
Elves are the Vikings. They're the Nordics.
But I think it's more deeper than that. It's something with blood. I think it has to go back bloodlines and the Nephilim bloodline. I'm just like, man, it all ties in. But I had already been thinking it, but I didn't know how to. And then they're doing the research, and I'm just like, oh shoot, I wasn't off.
You want me to hit you with something? My niece came up here, and I was curious if they're how they still teaching World War II and the Nazis and all that. Like, are they still downloading that onto kids? Yeah. They are. And she brings it up unprompted. She goes, because I asked her, I was like, so what are they telling you that like he did? Like, what did he do? And she goes, he wanted to make the master race. And he wanted to get rid of anybody who didn't have blonde hair or blue eyes. And I go, okay, so they are teaching that still. And she goes, yeah. I go, you don't find it interesting that he doesn't have blonde hair and blue eyes?
Yeah.
She goes, what? She goes, yeah, he had black hair and brown eyes. Like, he didn't have, and she goes, that's right, he didn't. That is weird. So why would you consider them the master race if you weren't that? And I go, maybe he was working for the master race.
Yeah.
They blonde hair, blue eyed. Who's the blonde hair, blue eyed? And then I go, just interesting that it seems random on like all these old churches, like the Vatican and stuff. The angels that they depict, right? They're babies. weird, right?
Yeah.
Definitely weird. But I go, let's go a little farther. Let's get a little past the weird. Why are they all blonde hair and blue-eyed babies? Could they maybe, and why are they cherubim? They're angels. Could they maybe be the Nephilim?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Nordics, the Vikings are the leaders. They're the, Stockholm, Sweden, like everything, the Swiss banks, the reserve, like why is everything in 369 units of 12, right? It's not, we do base 10, but everything else is in 6s and 12s and 3s and 6 and 9. And it's like, well, because the Nephilim had, I don't know,
6 fingers, 6 toes. Yeah.
It's 12 inches equals a foot, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're doing base 10, why would we do that? Oh, well, it was the size of a king's foot. Shut up. Really? And then it goes, oh, can't help but notice. What do you call the 12-inch measuring device?
A ruler.
Who's ruling? So I'm just like, what if Adolf was working for the master race? Who's the master? Not white people, Nephilim.
Yeah.
Who are the Nephilim? They just happen to be blonde hair, blue eyed. Why? I don't know. Because maybe they live somewhere where you just don't need the dark eyes. You don't need all that. Like, who knows? Maybe. And then it's like they started touching all the people down here, and then the melanin kind of disappeared with the more and more. You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe black people were the normal, and then while they got introduced to the Nephilim, the melanin got lighter.
Yeah.
Like we see happening right now.
So
there's a reason why Patrick Mahomes is a thing.
Man, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something about the mulattoes and the goddamn.
And it's when I see that, you get mad because they'd be like, "Oh, of course you think the white's the master race." I'm like, that's not what I'm talking. I'm fucking white too, but I'm Mexican, German, Irish. I'm like, trust me, I'm pretty sure they think I'm below them. And it's like, well, you're white passing. I'm like, thanks. It's like fucking hell. It's like this is what I'm talking about. It's so stupid. I hate it. It's just like, well, wouldn't you just? I'm like, wouldn't you make black? I'm like, I'm making fun of behavior. I called what Matt Walsh the N-word the other day because he's coming out with that stupid documentary like, Am I Racist or Are You Racist or something?
I haven't heard of it. I muted him. Oh, dude, yeah, I muted him.
It looks so stupid, and he bothers me. He just bothers me. Well, I know why you muted him, because he called anime demonic, and I bet you got triggered.
Nah, because that's where I see it. That's where I see a lot of the imagery. Like, that's the fun thing about conspiracy people. They'll be talking about something. Oh yeah, I seen that on anime. Which I feel like the Japanese are more in tune with the spiritual than we are in America. So I can see the anime. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a Nephilim. That's this, and this. And I can also pull out the morals from the story, but like, no, I know what that is.
Like I said, did you ever see Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon?
I haven't. I heard about it, but I try, because the fan service gets me back into
season 1 was the good one. Season 2 was the fan service is hard, so definitely if you can like shield yourself from it, do it. But the main character, him and his like little companion, they have a moment that, I'm not joking, was one of the time I told Hannah, I go, it was one of the only time, one of like 3 times when I started coming back to Christianity. It was one of the first times I actually felt like I was being spoken to.
Oh yeah.
Through that show. There was a scene happening and I felt like I was literally being spoken to.
I have to go watch it now, because I told you, man, me and you twins, so I have to go check it out.
I can kind of summarize. It was like she was like a companion and was supposed to be helping him out, and she was like stealing off the top, like his gains and stuff, like his money and all this stuff. And she essentially set him up to die and left him for dead. And she was about to die from all these like big scary monsters, and she was like succumbing to it. She's like, oh, finally, like it'll be over. I won't have to do all this stuff. And right when she's about to die, all of a sudden he comes in and just clears house and does all this really cool stuff. and she's just starts berating him. It's like, why did you save me? I've been stealing from you and I only call you names. I even tried to leave you for dead and blah, blah, blah. Why would you save me? And he goes, because it's you. And I was like,
That's the gospel, man.
and I said, and I was saying, because they fight in the thing called the, like, it's essentially the tower. And I think it's
Yeah.
like called Babylon. Like they call
See,
that's
the
where they fight
Tower
a lot.
God thing again. Remember,
And,
hey,
and
baby
as,
girl.
and as they fight, they go up tiers. And the whole thing is they're trying to reach the top. And it's like Tower Babel or something, Babylon, and they fight in it. And the main character is like super pure, uncorruptible guy. Everybody loves him. And I'm like, oh, he's clearly supposed to be this Jesus allegory. And he fights in the tower and tries to ascend. And then he said that. And she goes, I've stolen and I've lied and I've, and I even was lying to you the whole time. And I'm just a bad person. I've been a bad person my whole life. I even left you for dead. Why would you save me? And he goes, because it's you. And I'm just sitting next to my wife and just start no sound out of me. And I told her, I go, it was one of those first times ever I was like, I'm being spoken to.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was big. And then it felt bad because then I wanted to keep watching the show. And then I was like, there's too much fan service. I think I'm gonna dive out. But it was one of those moments where it was just like, wow. And I'm not a big anime watcher at all. And my wife just had it on at the time, was just watching it. And I came into it like 30 seconds in. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then like 3 episodes later that happens. And I was just like, it was profound, dude. It was big.
That reminds me of this. I can't remember. It's a movie with what is his name? Robert Downey Jr. and his dad's a judge, and his dad kills a guy.
I think it's literally called The Judge.
The Judge. Yeah, I was watching it, and he's basically, his dad's on the bench, and he's questioning him, and he's like, why? Basically, he's asking, he's like, why did you give that guy so much grace than you gave me? He was like, because when I saw him, I saw you. And when I heard that, I paused. I was like, wait a minute, that's a gospel message. It's like, so when he saw Jesus on the cross and he punished Jesus, that was us. So now that when he sees us, when we put our faith in Jesus, he sees Jesus. You know what I mean? Substitutionary.
Well, the whole point. It's like he's supposed to be the representative of everything. It's like he's supposed to be what we were.
Yeah.
And it's like through corruption and stuff, we've fallen. And the whole point is to want to become that, like to want that, like not to sit there and go, I could never achieve that. It was the point is that only he could, and you're supposed to try and want to try.
Yeah.
It's like the kid. It's like, I don't need you to be the star on the team. I need you to just work hard.
Yeah. This is why he says, be perfect like your father. He knows you're not going to be perfect. Well, you've already seen, but give it a go.
Well, and I get it. And people go, well, that just sounds like cope. It's like, oh, so you can just fuck up a whole bunch of times. And if you go to church on Sunday, you're fine. It's like, no, it's at the end of the day, only you can know your heart. That's it. You and God alone. That's it. Even your wife doesn't. You can know each other for your entire life. They'll never know if you're actually lying. They'll never know. They just have to go by your consistency, by your actions, by how their discernment works. But at the end of the day, you only know your own intent. That's it. And it's like, if you fuck up and you feel shame, that's a good start. And it's like, well, then I just keep doing it. It's like, no, at some point, hopefully that shame and guilt you feel will get you to want to change. It's like an addict. You can watch people you care about cry in front of you all the time, but you'll justify being like, well, when I'm drunk, it's not me. Until a point where you're like, I don't want to do that anymore. Regardless of whether or not I do still think it's me or not, I don't want to give the opportunity for that guy to come back. Exactly. And it's like, once you care about that, you're on your path, which is funny because, path is pathos, which is funny, which is like emotion driven, but it's like, but it is one of those things where it's like, you can call religion cope. You can call it all that. It's like, oh, well, because since he died on the cross, all your sins are forgiven, right? It's like, yeah, it's supposed to give you a template. It doesn't mean keep doing it. first one, thee who has not sinned, cast the first stone. It's like, now say the rest. Rise and sin no more. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, I get it. You screwed up. Now, seriously, get up.
Yeah.
Try it again. It's like, well, I don't want to try anymore. Then you're lost.
Exactly.
When you want to try again, come back. It's always there. He's always there. It's like, but if you want to walk away, go ahead. That's why I always thought like Dante's Inferno was cool. It's how the pagans talk about it. The Nordics, they depict hell as cold, dark, and
I've heard
cold.
that. I haven't read it. I saw an anime. They have an anime on it, and I did see that. But
Because
it was so
I
long
had a
ago when I
big
saw
talk
it.
about this, especially when you think of the world in vibration, right?
Mhm.
Friction creates two things: heat and energy, which some would argue is the same thing. But friction, what do you get? Your hands get hot, then you see the lightning bolt, the energy, the static.
Yeah.
When you boil stuff, friction, atoms, boiling water atoms, friction, boil. What's that do? Creates steam, which goes up.
Yeah.
Higher vibration, you ascend.
Yeah.
Up. Cold, hard, dense. Depression, dark. What happens? Lower vibration. Depression, depressed, down. The further away you get from the sun of God, sun, God. I know sun worship, not worshiping the sun, but the further away you go, the colder it gets. And a lot of people think the reason why hell is depicted as cold and dark because you've removed the light of God, the light inside. Hell is not fire and brimstone and sulfur. It is the absence of God.
The absence of God, yeah.
It's like hell on earth. You can make heaven on earth. You can make hell on earth. The less you keep God in your life, you do the things he tells you to or asks you to, the harder your life's going to get. Mm-hmm. The more you follow these rules, which are harder to do, you will see grace more often. You'll see positive stuff happen. It doesn't mean you're not going to have some shield around you where nothing bad ever happens. No. But like, you're going to not set yourself up so often for failure. And it's like, my analogy, because the thing that knocked me out multiple times out of Christianity was obviously hypocrites. That's hard. Yeah. But 2 was the paradox of predetermination and free will. How do you have free will if it's already determined? Get asked that all the time. And that was the one nobody could give me an answer, or at least one that I could deal with. And the best I could do is, because I do everything in movies, because I try to think of everything as a story, right? Is I go, think of God as your producer, creator, producer. He gives you the set, earth. He gives you all the props, gives you the money to set you up, right? You get the warehouse, you get all the stuff you need. Then he sends you a director, Jesus, a guy who knows the script, knows how you're supposed to do everything, knows the story, right? Jesus doesn't even know the ending. He even said, no man knows the hour. So God gets final edit. He gets the credits. When the credits roll, final edit, that's God. He knows the story, right? He knows how it all ends. He knows how it all goes. You are given a part to play. Now, depending on how much you want to listen to your director, who is telling you what to do, is how the movie's going to start to go. It's like, well, yeah, but it's the same movie. But your perception changes. Mm-hmm. The more you ad-lib, the more you don't fit into the story, the harder the rest gets. You don't fit right. Things start to not feel the same. And it's almost like a joke out of the movie Joker. All this time, I thought my life was a tragedy, but it was a comedy. It's like the harder you make it by not playing the role you're supposed to play, the more and more tragic and sad and unfair and crappy it feels, because you are fighting your role. But if you get into your role, you have higher highs. You might have lower lows, but things make more sense. You're like, okay, this is why I was here. This makes more sense. If I hadn't done this, they wouldn't have done that. Had I missed my mark here, they wouldn't have been able to do this. It's not just about you. And you just go on to the end, and you're not even supposed to know the end. You're not editing the movie. You played your part. Your name will be in there, and you'll be You'll be applauded or booed
Yeah.
when you go and accept your title. And it's like, that's the best I could do with it, was that you have the free will. You can ad lib a whole bunch if you want. You might even get multiple tries at it. But at some point, it's got to go, okay, well, the story's still got to go on with or without you. And if you want to come back and play the role you want, then you can be a part of it. Otherwise, we're still going that way.
Yeah.
And it's like, because I mean, you can ask a lot of people. There were probably times when I'm sure you were doing something stupid and you're like, I totally should have died here.
Yeah.
It's like, I would have killed a lesser man or 1 inch this way. And it's like, because you still have something to do. It's just like, how shitty is your day going to be until you go and do that thing you were meant to do? Are you just going to have a crappy time the whole time until then? Or are you like, yeah, that wasn't so bad. You know, and it's like, that's the best I could do for people. It's like, yeah, it doesn't seem fair. It's kind of like a video game that's on rails. It's like, yeah, you can deviate a little bit, do a side quest here, figure this out, maybe put some extra credits or points in strength and little here and charisma here. But at the end of the day, you're still going to fight the boss at the end and, you know, hope for the best. And I was like, that's all I got. And like anything more than that, I don't know what to tell you, but you know, it's, again, it would just create perspective.
Yeah. Nah, that makes total sense to me because I mean, I don't know if you because I'm reading the Bible like the script, and it's like, so I know the beginning, I know the end.
It's a story, and I tell people, like, again, that's where I said it's like, don't get wrapped up on, is it true? Is it historical fact? Is the ark made of cedar wood down in Florida right now? Did Lucifer actually play a piano when he hit the ground in a lightning bolt? It's like, I don't know. It's like, but read the story. Does any of that sound right? It's like, if I told you, if you were a kid and I told you after you finished watching Star Wars, I told you that all actually happened.
Yeah.
Did the story change? No, the story's still there. It's just your end goals might change. It's like, man, I really want to go to Tatooine. I want to make a lightsaber because clearly they're real. But it's like, you still got the story. You still got heroism. You still got the lows. You still got, you know, it's like, it's nothing changed. And it's like, and I'm like, well, if you needed it to be real in the first place, then I'm like, that says a lot more about you because you still get the story. And then it's like, yeah, but it was true. And it's like, that should make you like them even more.
Exactly.
It's like, why? It's like, because already on paper, the idea of somebody sacrificing that hard and doing that good of a job is admirable. And then you find out it actually happened. You're like, man, it's like, I don't even know if I could do that. I'd like to think I could. And it's just like, oh yeah, but that actually happened 1,000 years before. So they lied. It's like,
yeah.
So what'd that change?
Exactly.
And I get it. And it's like, people be like, well, but you care about truth. I'm like, the fundamental truth in the story, do those things happen? Yes, those archetypes exist. They just exist, and they're enact it, see how it goes. It's like, well, he told me not to lie. It's like, okay, try not lying and see how good things go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just made me think about how we always for the most part, most people when they see a movie, they want the good guy to succeed. They want, and so it's like you got to ask yourself, why do I want that? Why do I always want the good guy to come out on top and the bad guy to? Why do I want justice to be served in the end? Why do I hate it when a bad guy seems to get away with it at the end? If a bad guy got away with it at the end of the movie, I'd be depressed or disappointed.
Well, and even more, why'd you assign good and bad to anybody immediately?
That is what.
Because what's the fun saying? The villain is always the good guy in his story.
True.
And it's like, well, yeah, but clearly Luke was right. It's like, yeah, he might have been right. Is he good? And then you can, and this is where I always tell people, I pose that question. You go, so you don't think he's the good guy? And I go, no, that's not what I said. I go, why is he the good guy? And do you actually think he is? You can still come to the same conclusion, but now you know why. And it's more important that you know why. It's like, well, I always say, it's like, I don't care that you liked or disliked a movie. I care about why
Yeah.
you didn't or did like a movie. It's like Batman and Robin. It's like, I like that movie. Why do you like it? I'm like, because it's goofy and stupid, and Arnold Schwarzenegger makes me laugh with his dumb
Yeah.
puns. It's like,
Yeah.
if somebody comes up and tells me and goes, it's literally the best Batman movie ever made because it all made sense and Batman's a really good I'd go, what movie did you watch?
Like, no, it's cheesy and it's hilarious.
And it's like, I go, that's the kid thing, man. The become a kid again, because they always just ask why 900 times. It's
And
like,
that's why I go ahead. That's
no,
why I
you
tell what I'm go. That's why I tell them. That's why I like '90s and '80s movies so much, because you looking back, you're like, oh, this was a stupid idea, but they went for it, and I respect them for that. Like it was like they'll have a cheesy idea and they just try to, bring it out. But I don't see that as much these days. They just want to remake something that was already successful, and they don't really want to try new things.
Well, I think it's two things. One, I think it's all degraded. So talent has just been removed. And I think they are legitimately just recycling the same propaganda, because I think they're trying to do the same thing.
Well, I know they retell this. I think I've already said this to you before. I think they're already retelling the story of the old guys. So like a lot of this, they're retelling a lot of their stories, and I guess you can only do that so many different ways. But
Well, it's easier to demoralize the next generation too. You can program a generation that doesn't have their own culture.
that's what I heard about the what's the newest generation. That's what I because they're like basically
Gen
their
Z or
stuff is
something.
yeah that's their stuff is our stuff that we put on them.
Well, which is funny, because then you can make the argument of like, well, they're rejecting it.
Yeah,
So
some of
their
them.
stuff is more YouTube and TikTok and blah, blah, blah. But I go, that's usually just recycled stuff of ours. And that's why I think it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't quite figured that out yet. I know that has a lot to do with memory. I know
Hmm.
that's my biggest thing. It's because it's clearly spellcraft. I hate to sound like a weirdo, but it's like spellcraft, because it's that thing of the music. That's the thing I keep noticing, is the background music that people use for their little reels. That's the thing. You know how we don't have collective conscious where we all know a specific song and like we all know the lyrics to it,
Yeah.
but we all know memes.
Yeah.
Like you go on Instagram and it's like the dun 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 dun, or like silly goofy music behind somebody falling down, but then the silly goofy music behind somebody doing a cooking thing, and then
Mhm.
the same spirit lead me to the something something other, and they put
Yeah.
that behind like everything that's sad.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh no, I burnt my lasagna. Spirit lead me to, and then it's like, then there's an actual like Matthew quote, and then it's somebody saving a stray cat.
Hmm.
And now what's the engineering? It's that song. So now you
Yeah.
can hijack the spiritual element of the song and then throw it on something that has nothing to do with the spirit and evoke that.
I've had a similar thing with this is meme I use a lot. But the meme was originally this guy friend had died and they would ride motorcycles. And so he's at the casket crying his eyes out, revving the engine real crazy at his friend's funeral. And I had to think to myself, I was like, am I being insensitive? I was like, no, because I'm not making fun of the guy for crying at his friend's funeral. I'm just using this moment to express how I feel, like in a certain situation. And I'm just saying that this is what I'm feeling this serious about something.
Yeah.
But I'm also kind of I'm doing it jokingly, but I'm not actually making fun of the person in the meme.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
once it becomes a meme, it's bigger than the original moment.
Well, you're lacking context. And a lot of times it's like sympathy. A lot of times our sympathy is measured in distance.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, you
Yeah.
see a cat die right in front of you out in the street corner, you get sad. You hear that a cat shelter got bombed in Iran, you're kind of like, oh man, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Like, which one's
Yeah.
going to stick with you harder? It's like that. It's like, oh, your mom died in a hospital bed in front of you yesterday. a school got bombed in Iran yesterday. It's like they're both really tragic and you understand it, but which one's gonna elicit a bigger emotional response?
Yeah, the one that's close.
So it's like, just because I don't care as much or I'm not empathing the exact same emotion doesn't mean that like it's a mockery. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because you're outside of it. You're seeing, like, imagine you take the music out and you don't even know it's a funeral.
Yeah.
It's like it has no context.
It's just a guy crying. Or just like I used that one with Tyrese. He was having a mental breakdown crying over his ex-wife, and he's like, what he said, what more do you want from me? And it's like your wife might ask you to cut the grass and you send it to me. And it's just like this guy was having a mental breakdown and we just took, but I tell people,
Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah, he's crying, yeah.
At some point you're just like, and I mean you can do it on the other side too, like when that the liberal girl screamed after like, Hillary Clinton lost, like that's her legacy now. Crazy ex-girlfriend, like memes are a thing now, and it's just like, yeah, the context has been removed. It's dude, it's like it's literally making jokes. It's like, how far away from time-wise from a tragedy do you have to be for it to be funny?
That's why I tell people, if I die in a stupid way, meme it, make your tweets, because I've done my fair share, and I have a bit some dark humor. I laugh at, and I'm like, oh, I probably should. So,
of course, you got dark humor.
I didn't even. You got me.
I got beige humor.
Just I thought Hispanics were brown, and now I just heard them calling Arabs brown. I'm like, well, I guess they are brown, but so what does that mean for the Hispanics? That's just a random.
I told, dude, I blame Crayola.
Yeah,
they had this down. They fucked it up.
Yeah,
dude. And does it even matter when there's colorblind people out here?
And that's me really playing it. I've learned this. I gotta start doing that because I don't even believe in the whole black and the white thing and the like. That's not even how I see it, but I say it because that's how people understand it.
Yeah, so I just say every race with their skin tone can be dangerous. It's just about location.
Yeah.
At night around a corner with no lights, black guy can't see him unless he smiles. If you're in the Arctic, can't see a white guy. Like it's over. Like what are you know? And I don't know what if we put you in a field of trees or something, then you get like a Persian. You lay him out in sand somewhere.
I have a question. Do you know much about frequencies with sound?
Well, well, I know they exist. What are we thinking?
No, because I was wondering. I'm pondering, but I don't know enough, and I haven't done the research. This is one of those things. All right, because I was thinking about when people say people talk white, but they usually use it as referring to someone they usually refer it to someone that speaks properly, but that's not how I see it. Like, if you ever see a guy that moves into the suburbs, he removes the bass out of his voice. That's what I consider talking white. So that's sometimes
they're losing testosterone.
So I can hear a guy without seeing him. I'm like, oh, that's a black guy. Not because he's speaking improperly. It's because there's a certain vibration that, and I got to thinking, I'm like, why is that? Then I got to thinking, does bass travel further on a flat plane than because I was like, I was just going on. I was like, well,
it's lower.
Yeah, because I got to thinking lions have a deep roar, and I got to thinking wolves, they howl at a more higher frequency, and that's in the woods, and it travels better in the woods. And white people are usually in the forest. It was just something me thinking like that. I went off.
It's matching frequency. So the idea is that, like it's the idea of the high pitch breaking glass.
Yeah,
it's because that frequency is matching the thing it breaks. So it's like there's a reason why low only shakes your windows, super high will break your windows.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, how's it break it? It's not like pushing force in it. It's making it vibrate to a point where it just separates from it.
Oh, so that's synchronized?
Basically? Essentially. It's like it's an old concept of phasing. I think it's what the Nazis thought about with teleporting. You would reach a certain vibration. It's kind of like what the Flash would do.
Basically, you move through
then
it.
You go through something, yeah.
So yeah.
You want me to make it a little harder for you? Frequency. not only do you do frequency with sound, but you also do it with color.
Does that have to do with light being a wave, but also being? I don't know. It's like, so is it a wave or a particle? Is it a physical thing?
Well, the problem is that NASA wants you to have both, where it says it's a photon and it's a wave. So they say it's an actual particle or it's a wave, which
Yeah.
neither would work in space if the sun was in space, you blithering doofuses. But the idea would be there was a guy, he did something with Crow 777. It's like CROWWW and then 3 sevens or something. I can't remember. But he had a guy on who was talking about how he started studying about how like A major or something at like 432 hertz. If a piano was tuned to 432, if he hit like A major or something, it would be the same frequency as the color green or something like that. I don't know the actual one, but he was talking about that because that blew my mind a little bit. Because I was like, because somebody would talk about like when they got super high, they could see color.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I've heard
kinda get that.
Ian say that. Ian from Timcast. But that's also, I heard somebody say something like that too, and I got to thinking. I used to do that as a kid. I'm like, when I hear a word, I'm probably off from anybody else, but I would hear my name and I'm like, if I hear my name, it appears orange, but there's also some. I was like, but I think that it's supposed to be red. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Now I'm sounding crazy.
Nah, I only know the super surface of it, and I know some of it because of like RGB, red, green, blue, in the
Yeah.
color spectrum of editing and stuff. I mean, we white balance things before we take photos. It's like everybody's seen it. If you white balance to daylight, which is like 50,000,
Kelvin.
56,000 degrees, I think, and
Yeah.
it'll do that bluish white color. It's essentially what you see with LEDs. Or if you go, I think it's down to like 32 or 40,000, it's that orange color.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have tungsten versus LED, and it's all that. And it's like, but it changes your entire color spectrum. It doesn't change the fact that the grass is green, but the way it's captured changes it. And so that's why I talk to people about, I think there's a lot of things with memory and agitation that's going on right now with the LED lights everywhere. Because everybody talks about the blue lights, and it's like, well, what's it doing? It's destroying your circadian rhythm because you're not warming down and getting used to. That's why it's called color coding stuff. That's why I think they want you in like stadiums and department stores and in front of computers and phones and stuff, because the blue light literally, it sucks your energy out. Because then that's why you're supposed to go back outside into the yellow. Dude, it's literally like Superman, where you're supposed to go onto the yellow sun and bring it. It's why black people get like sickle cell and all these blood diseases, because your skin's so thick. And if you live in the north and shit, you're not getting as much sunshine as you're supposed to get. But somebody like me, I'm out there for 15 minutes. I'm like, cool. And then I'll turn that nice golden brown, and then I got to stay a little longer to get it. But it's like, think about somebody from like Nigeria. Dude, I see Swahili people up here all the time wrapped in all their shit. I'm like, there is no way you are like energized.
No, we're not supposed to be up there. I've been saying it. Lower than the Mason-Dixon, you were not supposed to be up there.
It's crazy. And it's just
We're
like,
gonna annex
you don't want them
Mexico.
here. It's like, no, it's because I'm just like, I feel bad for you because it sucks. It's cold.
You're not producing the vitamin D because you're not getting the sun enough. And like you said, the darker you because we have inside jobs now. We used to be outside I would say we used to be outside in the fields, but I'm not talking about slavery. I'm just talking about
like I could get on a roof. All right, it's fine.
But yeah, we was trapped in these freaking offices and warehouses. That's why, like, sometimes when I was working in a warehouse, I like it when the truck would move. I'd go and stand in the doorway. I'm like, oh, I can see the sun. I can stand here and
Yeah. So black people, E's and 3s, get your supplements. You need them.
That's also why I teach. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm anti sunblock.
Yeah, I stopped that too.
Yeah. And I'm like, if you, especially because if you're not gonna be out there longer than like 6 hours, you good.
And I'll just suck it up. I don't even care.
Yeah. The last time I got sunburned, it was because one, I had been in if you're not spending a lot of time outside, I was working third shift and I got switched to first because of COVID. So there had been 4 years I was on third. I didn't get a lot of sunlight, and so I was out there, and I started at like 7. I was out there from like 7 to 3. So that's 6 hours exposed to the sun that I'm not used to, and so that's how I got burnt the top of my head and the top of my shoulders. But other than that, I was fine.
I don't know the validity of this, but I have heard this, and I've tested it a little bit. I think somebody said when you wear sunglasses, you're more susceptible to getting sunburn.
It makes sense.
Because your eyes see that it's not as bright, so the rest of your body compensates. So where it's like, oh, like your melanin or your pores doesn't like activate. So and I'm like, well, with color coding, I believe that. Like if softer orange light makes you feel better versus white light, I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't your body adjust to that? So they're like, if it's bright and sunny and you don't want to wear sunblock, if you can go without sunglasses, do that because you have a better chance of not getting burned. I haven't like super tested it, but I think there's validity to it. So I'm just saying, if you guys want to run your own test, go nuts. I know it's a little harder for you, but
Hey, shoot, it makes sense to me. Just thinking about it.
That's all I got. I'm on the internet a lot and I hear stuff and I just go the logic route, man. I go, it makes sense. I'm like, I'll check it out. Doesn't seem completely stupid.
That's why I said the other day, I'm like, man, if you're pro scientific method, you should be pro freaking conspiracy theories, because all it is like, oh, I have a hypothesis, and now let me test it. And if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong. That's just all it is. I'm not emotionally invested in my idea. It's just that, I think that, just like I said with the wolves and the lions and black people voices and white people voices or whatever. Like if I go test that out and I'm completely wrong, I'm like, oh well.
Is it why you guys get pit bulls? Because your lower voice helps keep them in line?
I don't know.
And that's like white women get chihuahuas because they have the same high pitched, annoying voice.
Hey, probably. When's the last time you ever seen a white man with a voice like Barry White?
Rick Astley.
No, that was gonna be my next thing. I was like, and then why is it when you heard Rick Astley, it's such a jarring thing? You're like, wait a minute, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like something's it doesn't strike you as just a normal thing. It's like, wait a minute, something's different here.
Yeah. Only thing I could think was that was just the voice that made mainstream more often.
Because I'm thinking, what's that other Bobby Caldwell? Same way. It's like, wait, this is different.
Yeah.
Hey, I like, but shout out to Bobby. I think he passed away. Oh. We still have Rick Astley. Shout out to Rick Astley. Rick Astley, come on the podcast when you hear this.
Yeah, dude, we won't give you up.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
Nah, I wouldn't run around.
Hey, if I can get him on here, you gotta come on here too.
Absolutely, I'd rickroll him.
Hey, I gotta figure out how to work this screen to where I can get more stuff. People say it's easy if I have 2 computers, but I'm like, hey man, I just started back working. I am broke.
Oh, dude, I'm lazy. I'm like, there's like a 40-inch TV that we've had for like almost 20 years now, just sitting there. My wife uses it as a second screen when she works. I just don't have the patience for it. Dude, for a guy who's like edited and done all this stuff, I'm always one screen. It makes people. It's like, I just don't like to do 15 things at the same time. I'm not like trying to watch a TV show while I'm just focus in, or I'm on my phone. I'm like, what did Elon say today?
Because no lie, if I'm watching a podcast, because usually I'll listen to it, but if I'm watching it, and some people have 2 screens, if you're standing off to the side like this, looking this way, it kind of throws me off because I'm like, why aren't you looking at me?
I'm like, if you're over there looking at something, you better be sharing something with me. You better be finding a video or something.
Yeah, come back. Hey, this is a conversation.
Oh, dude, this is my interaction. This is what I get. This is why I'm like, this is why I gotta let you go, because it's been 4 hours and I know, God, it's probably the longest one. I think we got the record.
Yeah, I think this is the record.
I was trying not to, because I've noticed yours are going kind of long, and I was like, I think I'm only the 3rd longest now. And then I was like, of course I'd break it.
Don't act like you did it on purpose.
I do it. I told you I could do this all day. I don't care. I don't care what the topic was. I can hang. If anything, worst case scenario, I'd be like, I don't know shit about it. Talk, teach me, and I'll make jokes.
And that's why I'm hoping like if it builds, not just because I mean, if I get paid off, it'll be nice. But I want to be able, I want to go live and have people there, and they didn't want. It can be us doing this, but we can also have people that like the stuff that we were like questioning that we don't have answer. Somebody in the comments might have an answer or can lead us in the right direction.
Dude, when I did my old podcast with my buddy, that's how we got our third host. He was a guy who would comment on most of our stuff, and he had some pretty decent insight. And we just were like, "You want to come on?" And then we had 2 episodes with him, and I was like, "Just if he wants to keep doing it, just bring him on."
Yeah, I think that's how I ended up on Weekly Rumble. I don't know if you've seen me on Weekly Rumble with
I swear to God, I did something. I think it was like a Thursday. It wasn't them, I don't think, because how long have they been doing that?
the Weekly Rumble's only been like 10 weeks.
Okay, there was
Now,
something else
Iggy
called,
had
like,
a
the
show
Road.
before that. He had a
Okay.
show before that, but it wasn't the Weekly Rumble.
Okay, because I was on something that was called like the Royal Weekly Rumble or something. I remember that. I remember because I brought my Stone Cold Steve Austin belt. It was like the one time I felt cool.
And I want to ask you, did you get a new clock? Is that green clock new, or is that last time?
It was not in this room.
Okay, so that is a new clock.
It was in the living room, but I did specifically put it there.
Yeah,
so you could see it, because it is probably going to end up in here now, because we switched some out in the living room.
I knew I wasn't tripping. I was like, that is a new.
That was a secondhand store clock that I found, and that's a picture I took. So the picture had nothing to do with it. It just happened to work perfectly with the frame I got.
Oh, that is nice.
I crush. Yeah, pretty much all my photos either got to me shooting events for family and friends for almost no money, or to decorate my own home.
I think I'm gonna do more of that to decorate. I had gave it up, but I want to. I still feel this. I want to get out, but I want to create. I don't unless I can do an event like weddings. I love weddings because the beauty of it all.
I always think if you shoot at family events, they're really good for future things. Like time-lapse photos. Sadly, funerals. I got a funeral coming up soon, and I got videos and stuff that the son of the grandfather who passed, has never even seen. And they're like 6 years old. That's cool. So there'll be like conversations. There'll be like conversations that he had with his dad in his old house that he wasn't in anymore. Yeah. And he's never seen them. And I'll be like, it's super cool that I have this and nobody's seen it. And it's like, yeah, and that stuff's, and I always feel like it'll be cool for my memory too. Yeah. It'll be like, oh, I remember that event. And I remember, if my niece or nephew ever want to know like where they've been or what they were doing, I'm like, I just don't post it online anymore because I'm crazy, but I'm like, nah, I'll archive it. And if they're like, oh yeah, did we ever used to do this and this? I'm like, yeah, I got pictures of you every Halloween carving pumpkins at Grandpa's house, like stuff like that. That's pretty dope.
That's what makes me sad about my laptop catching fire, because I had everything on my phone, and I was like, oh, because since I'm always breaking and losing the phone, let me put it on my laptop, and then I'll get them and take them to Walmart or whatever and get them developed.
What I will tell you, my best piece of advice: budget out every year to get yourself a external hard drive.
I got one. My sister made it says Baron Brock. That was my photography thing.
And every year get a new one, because when the way that they'll usually die is if they sit idle for too long.
Oh yeah.
That's how they'll die, because they need to be booted. It's kind of like a car. If you let a car sit for 2 years, most likely it's not going to start. So get that, and then every year just back it up onto the new one. You know what I'm saying? And that way you can just archive. And dude, every year you get an extra 4 terabytes for the same amount of money. And it's really good. So then you can just keep it in a safe somewhere in case there is a fire.
Yeah.
You'll always have your stuff. And then if you ever want to like make physical prints, like I'm physical printing all my stuff at this point.
I'm about to now that I'm working, I'm not a bum anymore.
Oh, dude, somebody fucked me up. They go, this is the gotta be the last thing I say. The guy said it was in a movie. I think it was like in a Yellowstone movie or show or something. He goes, in this age of online with everybody holding a camera, the most photos of people ever has been taken in human history. 100 years from now, no one will know because nobody's printing them.
Exactly.
Years, dude, generations will not be seen. Dude, I've almost made the argument that maybe it wasn't even the mud flood. Maybe people just got so fucking enlightened and they didn't care that they just stopped archiving.
Yeah, that's why I don't push albums, because I'm like, people just want to put the wedding pictures on the Facebook, and Facebook is their wedding album.
I got a deal. I got a deal at Walgreens. If you printed 75 pictures or more, they were only 15 cents a photo for 4x6.
Oh yeah.
I printed 1,200. Cost me $300, but it was every single photo my 2 photographers took on my wedding day.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you going to use all of them? I don't give a shit. It was $300. That's it.
Yeah. Nah, I got to do more. We still have our CD. I don't even am I gonna put it? I can't put it in this computer. I couldn't put it in my laptop. I don't even know where I would put a CD anymore.
Yeah, dude, get them physical, keep them in a box, and then just 1 year. Dude, it'll even be fun if 20 years from now, getting rid of it. Everybody just sits down and goes through all the photos. You get to have the memory, and then you keep the best ones, chuck the rest, and you've had a great time capsule for your whole family. Tell stories.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way to go. Back to family, dude. Tell our own stories. Never ending stories.
Exactly. Hey, I was about to say that's the best way. I wish I could cut it. I would have cut it right.
You're good. You gotta give us the outro, man. This has been great. Sorry I went so long, but I told you I could talk for 1,000 hours.
That's all good. More the merrier. I'd like to say thank you for coming on. You're my first returning guest, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna have you again, twin. Thank y'all for coming. Don't forget to like, subscribe. I'm saying YouTube. I'm a YouTuber now. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share, tell your grandma.
Hit that notification button.
Hit the notification, hit the bell icon. Yeah, man, just enjoy the show, everybody. Is there anything you want to say before we go? Or are you out? You done?
Check his back catalog.
Ooh,
he's crushing.
So it's my son. He popped up out of nowhere.
I was like, geez, I wasn't talking that. It was my bass.
It's dark and he smiled. And
it was my bass. Dude, that's fucked up. Listen to his back catalog. Guy's crushing.
Yeah.
Keep going. Support what you like or it goes away.
Yeah, exactly.
I stole that from Owen. Okay.
It's all right.
Take care, man.
All right. Peace.
Bye.
Kai, where you going?